If there was to be a Morpheus from the streets that approached me, be like, "Hey, man, you think that's weed you're smoking? And the air that you're breathing? Shit. Don't you know you're in a simulation or a simulacra, whatever the hell that reality be lacking?" And so, not to be all cute, of course. This live stream is about the book written by what is this guy's name? Jean Baudrillard. His book Simulacra and Simulation, that is, been highlighted in a lot of these, matrix analysis things. And yeah, he's French and he smokes. Yeah, I do. Fucking deal with it. I'm not French though. I'm not trying to appeal to fucking stereotypes. It's actually a pretty cool thing. It cools down the smoke through these little chambers, which, reduces the heat on the lungs, which is cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and play the first video. I got 6 videos lined up. They're all below like 20 to 30 minutes each. And I'm gonna cut in between every video, and I'm gonna sprinkle in some insights and obviously reviews and thoughts about the video, as well as the actual definition of what simulacra, and what the matrix even fucking means. And this is pertinent to I got the One Great Work Warriors sigil on the top right there, because yeah, we're going to be getting into language and the importance of it, and getting back to basics, and also yeah, some other stuff that'll help us articulate the matrix a little bit better. So let's check this out. The first video is called Simulacra and Simulation Easter Eggs within the Matrix movie by Matrix Explained. And this is like the most generic YouTube channel about this stuff, but let's check it out. How you doing, y'all?
When Keanu Reeves got the role of Neo in the first Matrix, one of the books he had to read to acclimate to the story was Simulacra and Simulation, a book that helped inspire part of the plot of The Matrix. In the movie, Neo used a copy of this book as hidden storage for his illegal program discs. For a brief moment, we see that the book was on the chapter about nihilism, Thomas Anderson's life philosophy. That is until he meets the architect. But what exactly is this chapter about, and how does it affect Neo's story? Welcome to Matrix Explained.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
Before we begin today's video, we would like to invite you to visit the Street Fighter Verse, a channel dedicated to everything Street Fighter, which keeps a stash of illegal Neo's Street Fighter Verse. Link to the channel in the description below. The book Simulacra and Simulation makes a brief appearance near the beginning of the movie in Neo's apartment. Choi, Neo's client, arrives to pick up a special program. Neo keeps a stash of illegal programs in physical format inside a hollowed out copy of the book. The premise of this book is that humans live between simulations or simulacra on a day-to-day basis, a hyperreality or a false reality. For example, social networks are a simulation of reality. In them, users' lives are projected in a way that is often inaccurate to reality. However, they live as if the social media interpretation of their lives was real. Pretending to live in a false reality is the simulacrum. The user can no longer perceive the difference between what is fabricated and what is real. Reality has been replaced by a hyperreality. Nowadays, social media figures such as Instagrammers or other influencers are a living example of this. They project a false existence, and they have no anchor to reality. This concept also applies to religion. Believing in the gods or deities is the simulation, a collective simulation in which the people begin to act as if religion was based on historical fact and the deities were real. praying or participating in religious rituals would be the simulacrum. The group would live their lives in a hyperreality where their religious rituals make sense and revere their gods daily, even though they could be false. Morpheus is the clearest example of simulacra and simulation in the Matrix trilogy. A man who was imprisoned by a lie or simulation imposed by the Oracle, even though he believed he was free from the Matrix. The Oracle made him believe that he was special, that only he can find the one that can save humanity and end the war. He acted accordingly to these mental schemes. Morpheus lives between simulacra and simulation of reality. From the author of the book, Jean Baudrillard's point of view, Morpheus did escape from the Matrix, but he never did. He was still trapped in a simulation where he believed without a doubt to be a savior and leader of man. Now that we have a basic idea of what simulacra and simulations are, we can move on to our next point, which is about the chapter on nihilism. Nihilism is a philosophical doctrine that considers that in the end, everything comes down to nothing, and therefore nothing makes sense. It rejects all religions, moral, and epistemological principles, often based on the belief that life has no meaning, that there is no God, since nature and the universe are indifferent to human beings, their values, and their suffering, that there is no ultimate teleological end in the absence of divine order, since God is dead. Neo lives his life without meaning. He does not believe in fate, nor does he have an objective purpose, not even when facing the architect. Neo is a nihilist, and we see this in his actions and how he utilizes the book, Simulacra and Simulation. The page on nihilism says the following: Nihilism no longer wears the dark Wagnerian, Spenglerian, fuliginous colors of the end of the century. It no longer comes from the Weltanschauung of decadence, nor from the metaphysical radicality born of the death of God and of all the consequences that must be taken from this death. Today's nihilism is of transparency, and it is in some sense more radical, more crucial than its prior and historical forms, because this transparency, this irresolution, is indissolubly that of the system, and that all of the theory that still pretends to analyze it. When God died, there was still Nietzsche to say so, the great nihilist before the eternal, and the cadaver of the eternal. But before the simulated transparency of all things, before the simulacrum of the materialist or idealist realization of the world in hyperreality, God is not dead. He has become hyperreal. There is no longer a theoretical or critical God to recognize his own. The universe and all of us have entered a life into a simulation, into the malefic, not even malefic, indifferent sphere of deterrence. In a bizarre fashion, nihilism has been entirely realized no longer through destruction, but through simulation and deterrence. From the active, violent phantasm, from the phantasm of the myth and the stage that it also was historically, it has passed into a transparent, falsely transparent operation of things. What then remains of the possible nihilism in theory? What new scene can unfold where nothing and death could be replayed as a challenge, as a stake? We are in a new and without a doubt insoluble position in relation to prior forms of nihilism. Romanticism is its first great manifestation. It, along with the Enlightenment's revolution, corresponds to the destruction of the order of appearances. Surrealism, Dada, the absurd, and political nihilism are the second great manifestation, which corresponds to the destruction of the order of meaning. So this text tells of nihilism in the historical sense of the word, which is the non-belief in an objective purpose, in a moral imposed by a belief in a deity, and what nihilism is like today. As we live in this hyperreality, Neo's nihilism is not limited solely to that of his purpose. He is nihilistic in his hyperreality, where he is the supposed prophesized savior of the world, and everyone around him continues with said simulacrum. Now there is a double intent in the appearance of this book in the movie. Although the inclusion of the book Simulacra and Simulation was intentional, we cannot take its appearance literally. According to Lana Wachowski, the intention of showing this book in this manner was to show that the book itself was also a simulation. The book is hollow. It is an object pretending to be a book, the simulation, but it's being used as a secret stash, the simulacrum. We see these multiple levels of reality, symbolism, and simulations throughout the trilogy, Because while the first level of the Matrix simulation is the virtual program, there are other levels that we have already discussed in detail in past videos. Neo woke up from the Matrix, but continued to live between simulacra and simulations, telling him that he was the savior of humanity, when in reality, they were part of the system of control. A very interesting subject, but very difficult to understand. The writer of Simulacra and Simulation criticized the Matrix movie because he said that although it took inspiration from his book, it did not understand its philosophy. This is a testament to how subjective philosophy can be. Everyone can interpret the book differently, just like the Matrix. Everyone's interpretation of the movie is different. But do you agree? What do you think about nihilism, simulacra, and simulations in the Matrix?
Interesting, right? Shit. I almost started talking with my microphone muted, and not for it to be refuted. I'm just curious. Yeah, I mentioned with Morpheus and this and that, and he's been like the one believer in this and that. I don't agree with what he talked about really, but it made me think about, is Morpheus like that, that archetype, at least like in the first movie of the Hierophant. I know Zerlath, you mentioned that the analyst in the fourth movie, he plays that Hierophant card and plays it pretty fucking well. But on the flip, it seems like, Morpheus was there to, give all this, belief in the one, in a sense, and yeah, get people on his side to carry out this mission to find out this anomaly, which was obviously, given to him through the Oracle and all that stuff. Cheers, sir. Sorry, yeah. So, yeah, the whole thing with nihilism and it's just sad how people have come to these weird conclusions. Nihilism, it almost ties in with, what's the word? Oh my God. Atheist, right? Like, don't believe in anything. And that's fine. It's kind of like people being compelled completely, against the, in a polarized way of, like, yeah, we grow up, realizing there's all these, religious sects, cults, groups, whatever the fuck, right? And folks want to refute all that and go completely to the opposite way, right? And that could be in that kind of negative or nothing void type of thing. And what they do touch on that does make sense in regards to, like, hey, like, the universe doesn't care about you, but on the flip, it really does. It really just depends on how aligned you are, in a sense, I guess. Yeah, that came up, and I was thinking about, like, damn, or could it be like the King's Swords, because he's got the intellect, and with Passio's presentation, Morpheus represents knowledge, Trinity represents emotion, and Neo represents the action within that Trinity of unity consciousness. And yeah, knowledge, intellect. So that's why I was thinking about swords. Yeah, right. He's like on that. He's stuck at the Fool card. Fuck, I left my deck over there. I'm not gonna jump up and get it, but yeah. So, anyways, with nihilism, and I'm gonna pull up my etymology because I'm gonna go over words, simulation, simulacrum, matrix, and nihilism or nihility. quality or state of being, nothing. Wow, so inspirational, right? Something to really aspire to, huh? From medieval Latin, nihilitis, or from nihil, nothing at all. Wow, awesome. So, yeah, in regards to natural law and law of attraction, cause and effect, and all these things, in regards to how the universe doesn't care about you, like if you're going to be operating, in the negative sense and being ignorant towards your actions and behaviors and whatever the fuck comes out of your mouth, you're going to reap what you fucking sow. And it's just like that. Think about just yeah, where Zerlath is, camping. Like nature is fucking relentless. It doesn't necessarily care about you. It can when you're in alignment and understand certain things and have the knowledge and that intuition and that unspoken heard connection with all things in creation, I feel. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, cheers, Sarah. I appreciate that because it makes me think of yeah, like just the whole the hero's journey and where you have the starting point and all that stuff, right? So yeah, cheers. And we definitely reap what we sow, don't we know? And yeah, Sarah's been sowing a lot of cool, creative, conscious creations. Exactamundo. So yeah, it's kind of like that input output. We could take it to the computers and the matrix minutia of ones and zeros. Okay, are we being negative or positive or somewhere in between? And like even somewhere in between is just like a mediocre lifestyle or just right. So all right, so the matrix. Ah putain, mais j'ai mis ça où? Matrice, matrice. It's from Latin and also French. I'm pulling it up right now. I had it listed. I don't know, but it literally means like womb, like a woman's womb. And yeah, I'm sure you've heard of like a container, a space. And what I also use that word, which we don't use the word matrix all that much outside of the movie, right? Or sometimes mathematical formulas. But I found myself using that quite often when explaining organites, because I used to make organite a little bit. And, you have a matrix of, compounds of organic, inorganic, metallic, crystalline, and all these things, right? So it's interesting to, yeah, just put those things in a framework and also exemplify how the fuck that shit actually is created, because people want to make organite all nice and pretty, got all these crystals in there and not a whole lot of metal. That's not how organite works and functions. And if you want that shit to be optimal, do you know why you fucking have organite and what is made for? What is it? Wilhelm Reich, the creator of that tech, apparently, at least the one that put it to pen. Although I'm sure all this stuff has just been rediscovered phenomena and combinations and formulations of the elements that we have to work with that folks have known about since antiquity. And I'm talking about like the antiquity before Atlantis type of thing, or during. All right, so I am on etymonline.com. Just typed in that 6-letter word, matrix. Late 14th century, Martris, matrice, or with the RICE at the end, matrice. Uterus, womb, from Old French, matrice, womb, uterus, and directly from Latin, matrix, with the X at the end. Genitive, matrices, pregnant animal. In late Latin, also womb, or source, or origin, derived from mater, genitive. Now, generative, right? Genesis, that's part of like hand in hand with creation and care, the primordial womb of creation, that really does have care. And, going against the whole nihilistic thing, like, oh, nothing, there's nothing there, nothing cares, and all that stuff. Like, no, actually, the universe wants us to, be great, be stellar, right? Be in line with the universal song of truth and harmony, and just the isness is a part of your daily business. Don't be acting like, what is this? It's what I call the science of life, daily operation, whatever the fuck, yo. Ah, shit. You got that natural law or what? Like, sometimes I feel like I gotta fuck up some bitch ass little ignorant ego shit to get through to some of y'all, which is fine. I'm sure not the folks listening right now, because y'all know what's up. But anyways, to finish off with the Matrix etymology, the many figurative and technical senses are from the notion of that which encloses or gives origin to something. The general sense of place or medium where something is developed. That was recorded by the 1550s, apparently. Meaning a mold in which something is cast or shaped, right? Like organite. I don't have a single piece with me, because I gifted it all away. I'm that kind. I'm more than nice, right? Anyways, take it back to the fool card. I mean, that nice in etymological terms means foolish, childish, and all this stuff. And that's what, it's like, think about a fresh virgin out of high school or whatever, right? Off with his little sack of whatever small little life experiences he has. He's on a journey into the world of life, and he's going to get his ass fucked up because it's kind of rough in the 3D, right? And if you're going to be naive and going through stuff nonchalantly and sniffing the daisies of possibly death, whether it be from the left or right brotherhoods, whatever, of the occultocracy. But man, these things are cool. It almost looks like a cicada, these guys. It's my new favorite plant. It grows around over here. It's got that little green, purpley matrix vibe. But yeah, look at the matrix of how these flowers sprout. And actually, once you pull these things out, there's like a seed that, starts growing in its place. And the way that this thing, there's like a small little hole, and it's just incredible technology that nature has all around us that astounds us, that, Anyways, it's profound stuff. Don't you know that the mathematical sense of a rectangular array of quantities, usually square, is because it is considered as a set of components into which quantities can be set. The logical sense of array of possible combinations of truth values. Ooh. Is attested by 1914. Wow. As a verb in television broadcasting and so on and so forth and such since 1951. Anyways, that's all done. Folks think I'm just trying to nerd out on just going over basic linguistical shit. Hey, some of this stuff is kind of new to me. But yeah, obviously, I was in a different window. I didn't see all the chats. I'm gonna catch up to. I'm gonna catch up to y'all soon enough. Zeralath, Theo, and Sarah. Really appreciate it. Because I got like 5 other videos I'm gonna go through right now. So what do we got? So the second video is gonna be called. Oh fuck! Damn it! All right, so I got to go through the etymology of simulacra and wow. All right, I'll do it after this video, because this next video is titled "Why Baudrillard, the author of that book, titled Simulacra, Simulation, why he hated the Matrix, in parentheses, by the person who made it, who is on YouTube, The Living Philosophy. He's contesting and why he was wrong. So let's see what's going on. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. I'll post your comments and try to write some stuff. I'll even write some notes to maybe verbally respond in between and whatever it seems. So, all right. Get this on deck and whatever the heck. And yeah, this is a French philosopher, I guess. And honestly, I'm not convinced that, the Matrix is, based off of this book, first and foremost. Even though, Keanu Reeves and other actors were given this book to like, hey, you got to read this to prep for your role in this, to understand what this shit's all about. And yeah, Zareleth and I were going to be talking about, who actually wrote the original script of The Matrix, which is not the Wachowskis. So watch out, skis, because, and this is kind of why a lot of people just have these opinions that, yeah, in the context of where they're coming from, you can understand these things. Yet we keep drawing back or, going in deep, digging in deeper, and then pulling back to see the bigger picture of everything. And yeah, just kind of going along the lines of what I mentioned with how, yeah, the convolution of and controversy of the script and all this Hollywood bullshit and yada fucking yeah, so, and yeah, the fact that Wachowskis didn't write the original script makes sense how, I guess, the shit degraded since the first original movie, right? So even though there was some great stuff throughout the whole quadrilogy, I might not be an apologist towards the producers of it because there could be some fraudulent plagiarization up in the mix about this Matrix. But anyways, back to the basics. Let's see what this little Frenchie's got to say, huh? Mais oui, putain de merde. And yeah, I'm gonna just think about how the producers or directors or anyone drew anything from this guy in regards to constructing the character of the Merovingian. It just came to mind today, like kind of putting this all together. So anyways, I'm not trying to act all clever and stuff. I just find it funny as fuck because the Merovingian is probably one of my favorite characters in the movie. And it's not because he's French, and it's not because I speak the language as well. It's because he's just got that hardcore truth, and he's just like that, ruthless, don't give a fuck, pompous ass villain that you don't get to see that much anymore these days, right? And he's a good actor. He's been in a bunch of French movies. And by the way, I've been in a movie in France, in Paris, for like, 2 split seconds. It's called Un bonheur n'arrive jamais seul. Happiness never comes alone. But anyways, enough yapping. Let's get to this chapping.
The Matrix is surely the kind of film about the Matrix that the Matrix would have been able to produce. These were the infamous words that Jean Baudrillard used to break his silence on the Matrix movies in a 2004 interview with the French magazine Le Nouvel Observateur. His 1981 book, Simulacra and Simulation, was not merely a prop in the movie, but was the main inspiration for the movies and was required reading for the whole cast. After the release of the first movie, the Wachowskis reached out to Baudrillard inviting him to work on the sequels, but he turned down the offer, and in this interview we see why. As it turns out, Baudrillard, the so-called high priest of postmodernism, hated the movies. In this episode, we're going to look at the 3 reasons he gives for this disdain. Firstly, that it misrepresents his work. Secondly, that it is a work of hypocrisy. And thirdly, that The Matrix fails to represent his overall theoretical position. And then we're going to look at why Baudrillard is wrong. In 2004, a year after the release of the third Matrix movie, Baudrillard finally broke his silence on the Wachowskis' cinematic adaptation of his work. It was well known by now that his work was the main inspiration behind the movies, but he had never spoken publicly about them until now, and he was not happy. His first criticism is the rather damning claim that the movies completely miss the point of his work, and that they confuse the classical Platonic problem of illusion with the postmodern problem of simulation. The classic formulations of the problem of illusion were given by Plato and Descartes. Plato's version comes from his dialogue The Republic, where we find the allegory of the cave, in which the mass of humanity lives in an illusory state where they can mistake the shadows cast by a fire on the cave wall for reality. The philosopher is the one who leaves the cave and emerges into the real light of the sun. A more condensed version of this classical problem is found in Descartes' work Meditations on First Philosophy, where, in a line of investigation that culminates in his famous conclusion, "I think, therefore I am," Descartes embarks on a quest for the foundations of knowledge. He begins to question how he knows that what he is experiencing is real. It seems to be real, and yet, he writes, "How often my sleep at night has convinced me of all these familiar things, that I was here, wrapped in my gown, sitting by the fire, when in fact I was lying naked under the bedclothes." This is the classical problem of illusion. For Descartes, this sitting here beside the fire is reality, while dreaming is an illusion. With the problem of illusion, there's a clear and absolute distinction between reality and fiction. We see this problem being directly referenced by Morpheus in the first movie. Baudrillard's simulation hypothesis is a tough idea to fully grasp. For a deeper dive in it, check out the previous video where you can watch me wreck my brain in an attempt to understand the nuances of Baudrillard's brilliant hypothesis. The bottom line is that with the emergence of simulation in the postmodern age we have entered, this distinction between the real and the illusory, to use Baudrillard's term, implodes. The difference between reality and illusion becomes meaningless. With the emergence of the age of simulation, the real has become inaccessible. We can no longer speak of the real. It is no longer attainable. We can also no longer speak of illusion. We only have a simulated reality that Baudrillard calls the hyperreal, in which reality and illusion have imploded into each other. In Simulacra and Simulation, he writes that the impossibility of rediscovering an absolute level of the real is of the same order as the impossibility of staging illusion. Illusion is no longer possible because the real is no longer possible. It's this distinction between the problems of illusion and simulation that Baudrillard in the 2004 interview claims the Matrix movies missed entirely. The problem, as he sees it, is that the distinction between what is real and what is illusion is far too clear-cut in the movies. There's a red pill which takes you to the truth, and there's a blue pill which leaves you in illusion. In that interview, he states that the actors are in the Matrix, that is, in the digitized system of things, or they are radically outside it, such as in Zion, the city of resistors. But what would be interesting is to show what happens when these two worlds collide. The most embarrassing part of the film is that the new problem posed by simulation is confused with its classical Platonic treatment. So for Baudrillard, the Matrix movies have completely missed the point. They have the real in Zion and they have the illusion in the Matrix. The idea of the real is preserved. Of course, any real fan of the Matrix fans will find themselves shouting at the screen here saying that it is Baudrillard that has completely missed the point, but we'll come back to that in a minute. For now though, we can just say that Baudrillard's first and his primary criticism of the movies is that they've missed the point of simulacra and simulation. They've misunderstood the idea of simulation and have set up an all too clear distinction between the real and the illusory. Baudrillard's second criticism of the Matrix series is what he sees as the hypocrisy of the movies. The Matrix is, on the surface of things, a criticism of technology and how technology is gaining more and more power over our lives. We learn that the humans in the real world had gone to war with their machines.
We don't know who struck first, us or them, but we know that it was us that scorched the sky. At the time, they were dependent on solar power, and it was believed that they would be unable to survive without an energy source as abundant as the sun.
However, the machines find another power source, humans, and so humanity become the batteries that power the machine-run world. This entire setup and story of the Matrix is as a cautionary tale about the danger of technology, and it is supposed to point us back to what really matters, our humanity, our freedom, our human love and connection. But Baudrillard remarks that the Matrix is surely the kind of film about the Matrix that the Matrix would have been able to produce. The interviewer picks up on this observation, noting that it is A film that purports to denounce technicist alienation and at the same time plays entirely on the fascination exercised by the digital universe and computer-generated images. Baudrillard expands on his point further, saying that the Matrix movie is an instructive symptom and the actual fetish of this universe of technologies of the screen in which there is no longer a distinction between the real and the imaginary. The Matrix paints the picture of a monopolistic superpower like we see today and then collaborates in its refraction. Basically, its dissemination on a world scale is complicit with the film itself. And when you think about it, Baudrillard really has a point here. The Matrix, for all its criticism of technology, utilizes it to make a spectacle. The very thing that is so seductive about the Matrix movies is the dazzling technological spectacle. There's Neo dodging bullets, learning kung fu by downloading a computer program, there's the gunfights running up walls, there's the world of the robots and the sentinels, and then of course there's the Matrix itself. The movie is a monolithic fetishization of the exact thing it sets out to criticize. For Baudrillard, this is part of the broader cultural landscape that is so overwhelming. He says that this is exactly what makes our times so oppressive. The system produces a negativity in trompe-l'œil, a trick of the eye, which is integrated into products of the spectacle just as obsolescence is built into industrial products. It is the most efficient way of incorporating all genuine alternatives. There are no longer external omega points or any antagonistic means available in order to analyze the world. There is nothing more than a fascinated adhesion. And so, in our postmodern world, there is no solid ground from which to criticize the system. Che Guevara has been legitimized as an icon of rebellious adolescence and sells millions of t-shirts and posters every year. Critiques of the system on social media only further enshrine the power of those technological monopolies that control them. Resistance is futile. The system is all-engulfing. Baudrillard's third criticism of the Matrix also happens to be the easiest place to show where he is wrong. He moves from criticizing the Matrix for misunderstanding the idea of simulation to criticizing the movies for failing to understand his philosophy in general. He says that the pseudo-Freud who speaks at the film's conclusion puts it well. At a certain moment, we reprogram the Matrix in order to integrate anomalies into the equation, and you, the resistors, comprise a part of it. Thus, we are, it seems, within a total virtual circuit without an exterior. Baudrillard is, of course, referring to the scene with the architect at the end of the second movie, The Matrix Reloaded, where the architect explains that the resistors in Zion are part of the overall Matrix program.
As I was saying, she stumbled upon a solution whereby nearly 99% of all test subjects accept the program as long as they were given a choice, even if they were only aware of the choice at a near unconscious level.
By giving rebellious outliers the illusion of autonomy and an escape into reality, they ensured the greater overall stability of the Matrix. But Baudrillard isn't happy. His criticism is that the movies fail to enact his chosen form of a rebellion, which he summarizes in the interview as a glimmer of irony that would allow viewers to turn the gigantic special effect on its head. This ties in with Baudrillard's broader philosophy of what he calls seduction, and his way of subverting this all-encompassing system within which we live. But when it comes to The Matrix, this criticism doesn't make sense. The Wachowskis are being criticized for not being true to Baudrillard's overall philosophy. He admits that they've created an all-encompassing system of oppression as he maps out in his works, but criticizes the movies for not also including his own chosen form of rebellion, but it's an unfair criticism. The Wachowskis don't reference Baudrillard's entire corpus in The Matrix. They didn't get the cast to read all of the French postmodernist books. They were primarily concerned with the problem of simulation as presented in the book Simulacra and Simulation. This third criticism then is an unfair one in my opinion because it criticizes the movie for something it didn't try to do. Baudrillard can dislike the film because it doesn't agree with his philosophy, but on this count he can't knock the Matrix movies just because they aren't exactly how he would have liked them to be. This brings us back to Baudrillard's main criticism of The Matrix, that it fails to portray the difference between simulation and reality, that it makes the distinction too clear-cut. This criticism might be applied to the first Matrix movie, but remember, this interview took place a year after the third movie had been released, and also, Baudrillard referenced the conversation with the architect at the end of the second movie as well, so we can safely assume that he is in the third movie and that he has somehow missed the point, because anyone who has seen the third movie, or even just the end of the second movie, would find it difficult to support Baudrillard's critique. The third movie, The Matrix Revolutions, completes the fractalizing of epistemological doubts that had begun in the first movie. In the original movie, we find out that the entire reality Neo is living in is a virtual reality universe. Neo escapes this matrix and meets the other rebels who live in Zion, the underground city of humans, in 2199. The second movie muddles the waters even more when we learn that even this rebel colony is part of the system. The architect informs us the previous iterations of the Matrix had failed to account for the rebellious minority, and so this rebellious anomaly had been incorporated into the design of this Matrix. The upshot is that yes, Zion is the real world, but the rebellion that Zion represents is not real. It is a simulated rebellion that serves the purpose of stabilizing the Matrix. So already with the second movie, we have the destabilization of the dichotomy between the real and the illusion. Already we have entered a blurred state of reality where even though Zion occurs in the real world, it is a hyper-reality. It is not a spontaneous utterance of nature, but a crafted and predicted simulation of rebellion, despite what its members may believe. This destabilization of the reality principle reaches a new level at the end of the second movie, which is picked up in the third as well. At the end of the second movie, we see Neo destroying Sentinel robots, fighting them in the real world using the same sort of superpowers that we see him using inside the Matrix. Then, in the third movie, we see his ability to see code when he goes blind, and we also have the strange moment when a Sentinel flies right through him. These instances muddy the waters of reality more. We are now left questioning what is Matrix and what is reality, and seems that we can no longer truly tell one from the other. The world of Zion and Machine City seems to be equally prey to the peculiar powers of Neo as the world of the Matrix. By the end of the series, we can no longer say for certain what is real. Neo sues for peace with the machines, but he does not know for sure what is reality. I've seen some people online argue that from the moment Neo leaves the room of the architect, he is in a new level of virtual reality. Others have argued that Zion was always a simulation. The bottom line is the distinction between the real and the illusory has been muddied so much that we no longer know where one ends and the other begins. The distinction has, as Baudrillard would say, imploded. In their introduction to the 2004 box set The Ultimate Matrix Collection, the Wachowski siblings say that it was our sincerest hope that our movies might inspire or perhaps provoke a little Socratic interaction. Something beyond, remember that one part, that was cool. There can be no doubt of their success. The Matrix movies are far from perfect, and Baudrillard's second criticism still stands. But that being said, I can't think of any other movie, except for maybe Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey, that has inspired so much philosophical engagement. Hundreds of articles that are one of the rare occurrences that transcend the analytic continental divide. The Wachowski siblings created a work of art that has sparked a philosophical conversation in a way that no other movie has. It is easy to get distracted by the criticisms of the Matrix movies and to miss the greater success of the movies as attaining their initial goal. The Wachowskis set out to make a movie that got people thinking, and they succeeded at a scale they could not have anticipated. That's everything for this episode of The Living Philosophy. If you've enjoyed it, please give the video a thumbs up down below, and if you really enjoyed it, you might like to head over to Patreon, where you can support the channel and get extra goodies like early access to scripts, videos, and much, much more. Otherwise, I shall see you next time. Thank you for watching.
Thank you. Yeah, shit. Fuck. All right, let me rewind. Yeah, that was cool. Little video. Guy's name is YouTube channel The Living Philosophy. Damn, I thought I hit that unmute button, but yeah. So I find it really cool that, you know, the Wachowskis actually invited. God damn it. Putain, mais j'oublie le nom de ce mec-là, et il est en français en plus. Jean Baudrillard. They invited him onto the set to, you know, work with the movie. He could have made the movies better than they fucking were, but he decided to refuse it and just sit back and just criticize and be like, that's just whack. Type of thing, like, you didn't understand my shit. Did you not even try to like reach out to them and be like, hey man, you're missing the point, after you saw the first movie at least, and be like, yo, it's that kind of stuff. Here, let me come on the set and show y'all how, we do the simulacra, whatever. You can sip your simulate at the same time, even before the Matrix resplurgitations or whatever, right? But yeah. Fucking hell yeah. So it's like a common thing you see with, critics, right? They just want to sit back and judge shit and be like, oh, you could have done that right. They'll give some props for some good stuff, but when are they getting their fucking hands in the game to fucking, make some shit good, to make sure that, and not have to be this critic of all this negative shit, be part of the positive fucking part of the equation. Like, what the fuck, yo? So yeah, like, he was more of an author, writing books, philosopher, whatever the fuck. I don't necessarily agree with all the things he says, although we're going to get more into this because I have a video or two that touches on, which the first video I showed hinted towards, regarding this whole hyper reality and what's going on right now with, obviously, things are so fucking meta. For me, it's just meta fucking whack, because people don't are using that word as like as if it's like cool to say that stuff, and yeah, like even like critics of the Matrix, especially the fourth one these days with the newspeak, like the directors of the movie, they were so meta aware of the meta Matrix lore, and they're just being so self-aware with what they're talking about in the movie, and then like talking about a movie within a movie, and then like, while them folks got clowned quite a bit, through some subtle subliminal things, not even that subliminal in that movie that they showcased, but anyways, I had no problem even back 1999. I felt like, geez, I was born in '83, so I was 16 years old. I might have seen it in theaters, and even since then, it's like I didn't mind the glamorization of all this, action, bullet time, whatever the fuck, because yeah, that was definitely innovative at the time, and if you were, alive and pretty cognizant at that time, you're like, damn, this is some next level shit, right? And so you were looking forward to the sequel and the third one and whatever. I didn't even get into the Animatrix, actually. Anime, all that stuff, I haven't been the biggest fan, but anyways. Yeah, even after the fact of the first movie, and they were copied, umpteen times over with other mass media stuff and this and that, parodies and what have you, the whole fucking nine. They really came out of the woodworks with that, trying to do their own little special bullet time, trying to act all cool, ride the coattails of that kind of shit, right? It's like, is that not a simulation within that Matrix simulation type of thing? Like, hyper reality, simulacra. Is it really whack, bruh? Anyways. I'm not trying to overreact, but haven't you noticed, like, since that time, growing up, I've noticed that just how movies have just been like more intensified, and even, the whole nine, media, video games, fucking sitcoms, where folks are you really sitting calm in your alpha state of those brainwaves transmitting from the television, right? And the whatever flicker rate that shit's going on. But yeah, people have been so numbed to like all the violence and gore and sex and whatever the fuck. All the human emotions have been, profusely, been regurgitated and oversaturated by Hollywood and whatever the fuck else, right? So when people see action scenes, they're like, another one, that kind of stuff. And like, until they see something like they'd never seen before, that one, like, yeah, what are people's motivations to like watch movies? You know what I mean? Like, are you in it to like, do you want to see someone really fucked up? Because let me tell you, like, when I woke up, like on a frequency fucking shift level, like beyond Kundalini type of shit, it was hard for me to watch some movies. And like, I'd be turning away from some of these, action scenes just because I had a really heightened sense of empathy. Even like watching something, like I felt pain, seeing another human being getting, killed or injured or whatever the fuck, right? But my inner ears were really awakened and just listening to the dialect all the time. And unfortunately, the majority of the time, it's really fucking whack. It's really base level consciousness type of shit where the dialect is 1, 2, 3 dimensional sometimes. And, so movies like this, The Matrix, where there actually is good dialogue from both sides, philosophically, spiritually, even just like the hardcore reality of what the fuck is going on with, if you're really enslaved, like we kind of are, or literally, right? So things to consider. Cheers, Theo. Yeah, that shit's hella whack. Shit. So I can see where the author is coming from, Theo, with, his critiques and how he sees, less contrast between, this, simulated hyper reality and the real world where, the Matrix keeps it kind of binary, right? You get the red pill and the blue pill. And then, put the lime in the coconut. Anyways, but now these folks are woke as fuck and probably spiritually broke as fuck. But I've said that enough times. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's just part of the programming, and we've all had degrees of that, right? So when I think about that and keep that in mind and to heart, I try to have compassion for people, right? To a point, if they're just going to dismiss me and, not feel my approach and like even hear what the fuck I'm trying to say to them, especially when I'm trying to meet them at their level, right? And they're just going to laugh about it, make fun of it, whatever the fucking. Yeah, we could definitely, put that mirror back in their face and be like, here's a taste of your motherfucking bitch ass juice that you've been sipping on and you're belligerent off of your fucking ignorant bullshit. Do you like that taste? Like, really? Oh, no, sorry. You're so used to it. You're numbed by it, right? Oh, numb. Like, fuck this overconsumptive way and mentality of living, So, without further ado, we're going to go to the next one. À la prochaine, my friend. And on verra avec ce mec en France. All right, so Dan, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I need to fix myself a semi-latte. Without the milk, I take my shit blackish. I take my coffee blacker than the heart of Bill Gates, man. You know those gates of hell? All right, so this next one, what do we got? It's called, I got this on deck. Number 3, Mon Ami. It's called Jean Baudrillard's Simulacra Notes and Reflections. This is by Valkyrist, YouTube channel. I think this is going to go deeper than the normal lame stream side of things. Even though the last video, yeah, they're scratching below the surface, which is great to see, So It's better than all these people dropping Easter eggs like, oh, you seen the movie The Matrix, and like, oh, they got the book The Simulacrum. Did you know this French guy, he has a baguette, and that's all. They're trying to be all cute and silly with it, and like there's a backstory and all this stuff, and this is why we're going over this shit right now. For all these motherfucking Matrix or media nerds and movie critics and movie buffs. Is that a word? Word? Like, y'all ain't even taking in the good shit with a lot of, messages and allegories within these movies that y'all fucking missed. It went over your heads. You're still stuck in that, base level way of, viewing shit, right? And not even the action stuff is good enough for a lot of y'all, dude. It's so fucking pathetic. Like, what the fuck y'all want? Maybe you would like to create your own movies that you could be proud on and be like, yeah, that was the shit. And you do your own awesome movie critics about that. Anyways. I'll see you in 20 minutes.
Simulacra and Simulation is a book written by the French philosopher Jean Baudrillard and published in 1981. It is primarily concerned with the role that images play in contemporary society and the way that reality is mediated by these images. Baudrillard introduces the concept of the hyperreal, illustrating it through references to a wide range of cultural products, from advertising and architecture to cinema and universities. This is a series of notes and reflections that I compiled while reading the book. Baudrillard opens with a supposed quote from the Ecclesiastes. The simulacrum is never what hides the truth. It is the truth that hides the fact that there is none. The simulacrum is true. End quote. He then proceeds to describe a great empire, which, as its territory expanded, devised a map which was so precise in scale and detail that it eventually becomes confused for the actual geography it was only meant to represent. In other words, the map became the empire. Baudrillard argues that today, such simulations have escalated to a point where they now compose our understanding of reality. He calls this the hyperreal, a representation so realistic that it cannot be distinguished as a representation, but is treated as reality. In order to illustrate the difficulty of determining the real from the simulated, he offers the example of illness. A truly ill person may simply lie in bed, not exhibiting any symptoms, while a pretender may purposefully exhibit the symptoms by which the doctors would diagnose or treat the illness. What can we make of a person who truly believes themselves to be ill, or has been convinced of their illness, or the person whose symptoms vanish after being given a placebo? Is there a difference? He expands his observation with cases from theology and ethnology. For example, can divinity be represented in an image? This concept was resisted by iconoclasts because it threatened to limit and substitute the divine, and ultimately imply that there is no God, that only the image itself exists, with nothing behind it. He then addresses the imaginary, popular theme parks such as Disneyland. He claims that this is an example of heightened simulation that works to distract society from the imperceptible simulations which constitute the world beyond the park's colourful, glossy walls. Baudrillard delineates the order of symbols into 4 successive phases. 1. Reflection. This symbol is a good appearance or faithful copy. 2. Mask. This symbol is a perverted appearance or an unfaithful copy. 3. Illusion. This is a cover-up, pretending to be a faithful copy. And 4. Pure simulacrum. This has no relation to reality whatsoever. He then turns to the simulations of television, citing the 1971 series The Loud Family, which documented the daily life of an American family for a national audience of 20 million viewers. He refers to the series as Television Verite, which is French for truth or reality. It was an early example of reality television that 21st century viewers are now saturated with. He is quick to label the show's claim to reality as absurd, since the presence of cameras undoubtedly shaped family members' behavior and actions. He then argues that television shouldn't be thought of simply as a cause that affects us, since we affect it. Thus, television and viewers form part of the same DNA structure. We model ourselves after it, and it models itself after us, gradually forming a hyperreality. Next, Baudrillard discusses the Cold War, arguing that the threat of total destruction excludes conflict and revolution, and installs in its place an implacable system of regulations and deterrence. The space and nuclear arms races are not leading anywhere, he claims, but are instead the indefinite honing of operations and security. It was not walking on the moon that inspired awe, but the awesome level of control exhibited by the system. He describes deterrence not as a strategy, but a circulation, like capital floating free of production. He further argues that victory and defeat no longer mean anything, except in the simulatory narrative of the media. This is demonstrated in the fact that North Vietnam triumphed in its war and was still able to enter into a stable coexistence with America and China. Baudrillard dedicates a chapter to the 1970 miniseries Holocaust, arguing that the trauma of extermination is not merely forgotten, but was replaced with artificial, mediated memories of history. He claims that the series is an example of reheating a past event, not so that it may be remembered and understood, but so that it can be used as another aspect of deterrence, transmitted through the cold medium of television. He describes cinema, the phantasm, the mirror, the spectacle, as being gradually contaminated by television, the magnetic tape, the endless feedback loop, the pervasive drone of mass media. Though I would dispute the claim that cinema was ever truly divorced from the commercial and systematized modes of television, or that television has not matured as an art form since the 1970s, both in aesthetic and discourse. He dedicates another chapter to the film The China Syndrome, a thriller which tells the story of a television reporter who discovers safety cover-ups at a nuclear power plant. Baudrillard locates the film in the historical context of Watergate, which was an illicit government cover-up which preceded the film, the release of Network, which was a satirical film about the amoral quest for ratings and the fabrication of truth in a TV network, and Harrisburg, which was an incident at an American nuclear power plant which occurred shortly after the film. It is unclear to what extent simulation precedes the real, and thus whether history has already been written. Baudrillard groups these events into what he calls the China Syndrome trilogy, and evaluates them as the hot nuclear spectacle being distilled and dispersed through the Cold War system of information networks. People are kept in a state of alertness for an event which is never supposed to occur, but which must be deterred through omnipotent control and security. He concludes with a critique of terrorism being an attempt to force the event, to rupture or make hot the system, and thus free people or force a confrontation with the real. Baudrillard also offers some thoughts on the film Apocalypse Now, arguing that it did not merely depict the Vietnam War, but was made of the Vietnam War. The director, Francis Ford Coppola, plunged his cast and crew into a notoriously nightmarish production which threatened the lives and sanity of all involved, and produced images which aspired to the excess and immoderation of American intervention. Mass media replaces the memories and history it sought to represent, effectively becoming reality. Baudrillard writes, Quote, "Film becomes war, the two united by their shared overflowing of technology." End quote. He then turns his attention to French architecture, specifically the Beaubourg Centre in Paris, which was constructed in the 1970s and houses the largest museum of modern art in Europe, as well as other research institutions. He labels this building a, quote, "monument of cultural deterrence," which functions as an incinerator absorbing all the cultural energy and devouring it, end quote. I wasn't quite sure why this building in particular was so offensive to Baudrillard, but it may have something to do with its attempt to mediate culture into a consumerist model, its failure to resist the hyperreality, its potential to indoctrinate the masses with a simulation of authorized culture which replaces actual culture, or which prolongs the death of culture, possibly. Who knows? In any event, he argues that we are in the midst of an implosion, which we are only gradually becoming aware of, a collapse of structures. He calls the student protests of 1968 the first episode of this implosion. Quote, "A first violent reaction to the saturation of the social, a retraction, a challenge to the hegemony of the social." End quote. He makes it clear that this implosion is not necessarily negative, but that it is incalculable to the current systems of reasoning. Baudrillard debates the impact of mass media on people, particularly advertising, which he argues manipulates and tests its audience. Products no longer possess function, no longer serve us, but rather we serve them. He equates billboards with surveillance cameras in that they watch us, but also reflects a commercially idealized version of us, which we have yet to achieve. He makes reference to something called the hypermarket, which signals the end of modernity. In the global neoliberal economy, modern institutions dissolve and society is decentralized. That is, urban populations spread outwards indefinitely into new cities, subject to shopping centers rather than the city itself. Perhaps hypermarket simply refers to supermarkets and the transportation systems that feed in and out of them. He then ponders why meaning is being lost with the increase of information. He considers three possibilities. The flow of information has become too quick for meaning to be attached to it. Information is purely technical and operates outside of meaning. Information directly destroys meaning and signification. He favors the third option. Baudrillard is very pessimistic of the media, arguing that the coverage of social movements by the media actually neutralizes them rather than strengthens them. This is because it creates a simplified representation which lacks the ability to transform or evolve. It degrades the event into a simulation of revolution, facilitates an artificial solidarity which we, the sympathetic spectator, mistake as real. Baudrillard breaks simulacra down to three orders. 1. Natural, as in based on image, imitation, and counterfeiting, with aims to optimistic ideals. 2. Productive, as in based on energy and forced, materialized by machine, with aims to expand. And 3. Simulation, as in based on information, the model, cybernetic play, with aims to total control. He claims that the second order is expressed through traditional science fiction, for example, exploratory narratives by Jules Verne, H.G. Wells, and perhaps even series like Star Trek. But the third order has yet to develop a corresponding literary form. He does, however, cite the 1973 novel and 1996 film, Crash, as potentially embodying a simulation sci-fi. This assertion confused me, since there doesn't seem to be anything particularly speculative or futuristic about Crash's narrative. I wondered if perhaps the novel or film depicted a sort of dystopian vision of contemporary society, in which human consciousness was violently merged with machine, human form reduced to and fetishized as parts, human sexuality mechanized, deconstructed, and rebuilt. and thus the text may share themes with post-human science fiction. Such a reading coheres with Baudrillard's implosive critique of 20th century society and subverts the expanding/explosive model of traditional science fiction. Baudrillard assumes that science fiction is an extension of reality, but argues that in blurring the line between reality and imagination, globalization restricts the scope of imagination. That is, if everything has been explored or described or systematized, then science fiction has nowhere else to go. But the question is, does this assumption bear out after Simulacra and Simulation's publication? The cyberpunk fiction of William Gibson, which Baudrillard may not have encountered, is probably a more evocative example of the Third Order, as it depicts what Patrick Nagel describes as, quote, vast global networks of information, exchange and control, creates a postmodern pastiche of different cultures and beliefs, and constantly questions the shifting nature of identity, end quote. Arguably, turn-of-the-century films like The Truman Show, The Matrix, and Minority Report combine the second and third orders of Simulacra. Baudrillard acknowledges the possibility of this contamination. For example, the information model of the computer may very well function through the productive power of the machine, a notion dramatized through the sinister artificial intelligence of films like 2001: A Space Odyssey and The Terminator. These depict systems that revolt against themselves. He concludes that the operatic qualities of the First Order, the operative qualities of the Second Order, and the operational qualities of the Third Order may produce all kinds of interferences. Baudrillard addresses the question of animals, claiming that we respect the inhuman less than ever before. Our tendency to sentimentalize animals denies the reality of the natural world and reduces them to commodities, to be used as comfort items, anthropomorphs, objects of charity, or pre-processed meat. He claims that the ritual sacrifice and archaic butchery practiced by past civilizations were more respectful of animals because they at least acknowledged the animal had being and worth outside of human interest, and that this worth was being deliberately repurposed or transformed. I wasn't entirely sure if I agreed with this claim, but acknowledged that there was a conceptual difference between an animal killed to fill the plate of its killer, or the killer's family/community, and 1,000 animals killed by a factory to fill refrigerators and supermarket shelves. Essentially, Baudrillard seems to object to the human tendency to speak on behalf of animals, since it forces them to assimilate into human systems of meaning and hegemony. He reflects that this dynamic is comparable to colonial powers' insistence that indigenous people, non-European ethnicities, the physically or mentally disabled, and children be made to speak on their terms, or the presumption of these powers that they knew how best to take care of them. Baudrillard brings up the 1993 film King Kong as an example of the animal rejecting its status as a commodity and reclaiming its mythological status as monstrous other. The great ape is brought to the modern world in chains, evidence of the subjugation of nature or the infantilization of the native, only for it to break free and sack the industrial metropolis that denied it, to liberate the viewer from our modernist cage. Baudrillard notes the relationship between King Kong and the heroine implies the possibility of animal-human seduction. Meaning is inverted as the human characters behave inhumanely and the beast is humanized, first by its betrayal and then by its righteous anger. Towards the end of the book, Baudrillard delves into the psychoanalytic. Quote, "Animals have no unconscious, because they have territory. Men only had it unconscious, since they lost the territory." End quote. That is to say, even at our most primitive, humanity was nomadic, exploring, without a natural environment. In contrast, animals have an environment that they are shaped for and that is shaped for them, and thus lack an internal interruption, even if they have to endure the ceaseless external interruptions of humans. Una Chaudhuri suggests that this binary between territory and unconscious echoes Baudrillard's opening binary of the imperial territory and the map that eclipses it. The question is, does this then suggest that the unconscious is a simulacra of the territory we have lost and have never been able to regain? Baudrillard disputes the conventional wisdom that when everything is taken away, nothing is left. Because theory cannot accept the existence of a remainder, as in meaningless and insignificant byproducts, it cannot be subtracted from the whole. I found this claim a little confusing, and Baudrillard spends several pages trying to explain the concept of the remainder using various analogies. One thing he maintains is that, unlike other concepts, such as left and right, majority and minority, the remainder has no binary opposition. I wondered if this might refer to things that are unexplained, unincorporated, or denied by modern systems, such as the unconscious or the primordial. Regressed, these things gain power outside the limits of the system, eventually growing into the dark mirror of the social. Thus, the remainder is an excess, an infinite production of leftovers, rather than a lack. Within the framework of the simulacra, one can't help but wonder whether society is the original or the byproduct. To put it another way, does our shadow fall from us, or did we emerge from it? Baudrillard obviously doesn't give us a clear answer. Instead, he mounts a scathing assessment of higher education as non-functional, lacking in cultural substance, and having no purpose of knowledge. He claims that the May 1968 protest featured students tearing apart the architecture of French academic centres in order to expose academia to its own rotting corpse. He likens these social ruptures to the American riots in Watts and Detroit, in which African Americans brandished the ruins of their neighborhood to highlight its neglect. Baudrillard's ire seems to stem from higher education's role in perpetuating the simulation rather than confronting it, in providing diplomas in return for currency rather than work. It is akin to paper being traded for paper, floating together in a Mobius strip. The arrangement is maintained because it is beneficial for the institutions, the teachers, and the students. However, it is in a state of perpetual entropy, of cooling down. The more people who have academic credentials, the less meaning academia will have. It is especially disappointing because, as Michael Payne points out, decades prior, universities seem like, quote, laboratories for new social and political values, end quote. But now, according to Baudrillard, they have been subsumed by the indifference and empty values of the culture. Baudrillard ends his book by offering a postmodern viewpoint on nihilism. He describes this third wave of nihilism in terms of transparency and irresolution, contrasting it with the political dimensions of romantic nihilism and the aesthetic dimensions of surrealist nihilism. Contemporary nihilism, he claims, is politically and aesthetically neutral, engendering not examination, but indifference, existing not through destruction, but simulation. Baudrillard admits that he cannot find meaning in the world, that he too has been made inert by the overdose of images, and thus considers himself a nihilist. Even if the divine does not exist, it is surely rendered inaccessible behind the labyrinth of divine images. He claims that hyperreality is immune to critical theory because it is itself nihilistic, completely indifferent and without ideology. Baudrillard seems to end by abandoning academia in favor of something more radical. He writes, quote, "Theoretical violence, not truth, is the only recourse left us," end quote. Yet he even regards this call to arms as utopian, for we no longer have a real stage to act out the struggle.
You're gonna end it on that? Are you fucking kidding me? So he wasn't about truth. He was about violent something. You know, like, do you understand what the word violence means? Like when you are violating someone else's rights, that kind of shit. Using your will force in self-defense, or like that's another thing. But like when your rights are being impeded, you're being violated. So yeah, there's old ass philosophers. I mean, they got some good stuff and they wrote some books and whatever the fuck. I appreciate this person's video review of this author, Jean Putain, mais c'est quoi son putain de prénom, quoi? Fait chier. Son nom de famille, mon ami. Baudrillard. Jean Baudrillard. Excuse me. It's not so hard, but... So, is the simulacrum true or not? And was he really dismissing, truth in this reality? Does he think everything's an overlay? Which, I'm not going to bash him for that, because we live in a multitude of overlays within this matrix, if you will, of the world we're living in. And the overlays go, as far back as fucking Atlantis type of shit during that fall. Thanks a lot, Archons. Like all your draconian shit, did fucking wonders for this place, man. Holy fucking shit, dude. Did you get enough loose yet for the past, 30,000 fucking years, whatever the fuck? God damn. But no, this is the problem, because they don't have that self-perpetuating life force energy. They have to feed off of other entities to retain their shit, kind of like the Matrix and machines, in that movie have to, rely on humans. And that was really interesting. In the movie, when Morpheus is kind of, breaking it down to Neo, of like, yeah, they blocked out the sun. Yo, Hexproof, what's cracking, yo? Great to see you, yo. So remember when, they're explaining like, so this is why we're in the dystopian world we live in, because, humans decided to block out the sun, 1,000-fold more than they do today, which is, bad enough with the fucking geoengineering, chemtrailing, and harping of negative frequency tune. That scalar tech, whatever the heck. Almost lost my place. So the machines were depending on solar energy at that time, and humans thought it was a brilliant idea to block out the sun, as if, all, biology doesn't depend on that sun, photosynthesis and all that shit. I guess it was dire times, and that calls for dire fucking straits, whatever the fuck. So what did they do? The machines, yeah, they fed off of human life force energy, because we have a center sun within ourselves, and you're listening to a sun sign of a Leo and La Ciota, who's got that neo cortex activated to a good degree. I don't know it all, whatever the fuck, right? That's why I'm showcasing these things. We're learning as we go along, right? So appreciate y'all tuning in. Theo, what's good, yo? Her hoodie literally said Wesh? Like, for reals, man? I know there are some French folks out in like Thailand and Vietnam and all types of places, but yeah, that's one of my favorite French words. W-E-S-H. Rhymes with fresh and Anyway, so overlays. Even our body has overlays and limitations, right? Catalyst to my awakening of, why the fuck are we operating on 10% of our brain capacity, 10% of our DNA capacity, all this dormant shit, 2 strands as opposed to like 12 at least type of shit. Chakra system, even 7, only 7, really? There's a lot more going on than 7, but that's, quite a synchronicious number, right, Theo? But, bringing it back down to 3D, there's plenty of fucking overlays of just even, what's been buried under the earth. And there's like miles and miles and miles of manipulations. But in more modern times, we have overlays and going overlay colonialism, which is a type of overlay, if you will, in regards to all these native lands that were living their lives, doing their thing. They had their societies set up and all that, but once these ships came in from foreign lands and indoctrinated the fuck out of these native people and like bamboozled them, like, oh, we got the true spirituality, just pray to Jesus like we've been doing for hundreds of years, just a couple more 100 years, we're gonna get there, right? Yeah, while we slaughter the fuck out of whatever the hell, like physically, spiritually, and whatever to your culture and peoples, like what the fuck. And I've heard this for many, many years, 24. And with my ex-wife, who's from Tahiti, who's told me about this and stuff, and like, hey, you see me topless, right? Women were doing the same back in the days, before the ships came in, before they came in with their gifts of shame. Like, oh, you got to cover all that up, Can't have that naked truth, flaunting around or anything like that. That natural beauty and all that stuff. No, like, you got to be a prude Protestant, whatever the fuck. These motherfucking idiot head cage fools, are so religiously indoctrinated into. So anyways, it's a damn shame, and they got assimilated, right? The simulation assimilates people into that simulacrum, I guess, if you will, even though those are 2 different things. Excuse me. Ooh, this coffee is black enough, yeah. Which is great. No sugar, no cream, just a little spice on the scene, and a little shroom powder, actually. You can check out my video I did like 2 years ago about that. It's pretty healthy. I know coffee isn't the best thing, but whatever. Right, Theo? So being assimilated, right? So we'll take you back to Paris. I was living there for 5 years. I passed by this building they mentioned, this the Beaubourg. Let's see if I can pull it up, actually. This place is ugly, and it's amongst all these. It's right behind, a couple blocks away from the Notre Dame. That big, thing that caught fire a couple years ago. This guy, yeah, right. I used to ride my bike from my house to my job. I was working at not a simulate, but I was kind of a barista, a bartender, a server at a restaurant. And this place was, something I had to pass by. Not necessarily like, like seeing it all the time, but it kind of overarches a lot of other architecture, unfortunately, because I mean, just look how fucking ugly this shit is. Like, what the fuck is this thing? Oh, it's like a modern arts, thing, like really putting an ugly stamp, like sticking out like an ugly thumb on this whole, putting your stamp on the whole postmodernistic bullshit, And yeah, on the inside, they got some interesting interactive stuff, and the kids can learn, blah, 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 kind of like the Exploratorium in San Francisco, if you guys heard about that, or whatever y'all got relative to that in your in your spot. Yeah. Cheers, Hex. But I mean, look at this thing. It looks like a fucking cube. It's like the Borg, and it's like trying to assimilate, the city of Paris into this modernistic bullshit. And they've already done it through repaving some of the roads with Le Grand Boulevard. And they had the Haussmann, if you will. I think he's German, an architect, a city landscaping type, cityscape architect type of person. Not landscaping, but like roads and outlays of how buildings are going to be built along the lines of roads and main veins of intersections, whatever, right? Yeah, it wasn't the same. I talked to so many French people over the years about that and stuff. And yeah, my good friend Guillaume, he just sees that as like, this like, it's just going into this, the postmodernistic, crony capitalistic, maybe not necessarily nihilistic, but yeah, materialistic and all that shit. So yeah, the author of the Simulacra is quite correct with just like mentioning the whole Boborg shit and like Boborg, like Bourg is how it's spelled in French. Beau being the prefix, and then Borg, and then you just take out the U and you have the Borg, right? Like in y'all know that one in Star Trek. Fuck, I got to do a quick little. Got to make a little video on that to kind of shuffle in these little live streams to, yeah, right, yeah. It's like some Tesseract type of shit, huh? Like what the fuck? That's another fucking overlay, right? The cube, the base level consciousness, fuck, man. And yeah, just the colonials, the religious overlays, and the politics, and all these things, these false level layers of perception of how, all these strings being pulled, away and towards us regarding our perception of the world, and they're poisoning our worldview beyond fucking belief, beyond fathom, which is why a lot of people, it's why the whole Matrix allegories went the fuck over a lot of people's heads, because they cannot fucking fathom the ginormous amount of manipulation that has been done to our kind. Right? Things to consider, like for fucking real, and apply it to our lives, not just, that's a movie and okay, back to the fucking treadmill of life, being another fucking skid mark on the draws of fucking life. Are you kidding me? Nah. We're not supposed to be cogs in the motherfucking machine. We're supposed to smash this shit. So anyways, I forget what point, but in this video, I'm sorry if I lose you guys, but yeah, real talk. It's just the main point is not to get assimilated. If you guys take anything from this, do not be assimilated. So in that last video, they talked about something about like that made me think about how when we go through our stages of awakening, even like this hero's journey, right? There comes a point where we could be so against like the evil or whatever and be like overly obsessed with it that we become the evil or the villain ourselves, in a sense. And that made me think of how certain, behaviors and things with humankind, throughout the post fall of Atlantean era epoch, if you will, has gone down. It's kind of like this, humans versus nature, because think about cavemen and what they had to deal with, right? They're battling the elements on a daily basis. They're like naked. They haven't been able to have the technology to produce clothes for everyone to survive the winters, whatever the fuck. They had to kill animals and wear skins or whatever, right? Make fires and whatever, right? So fast forward a couple of millennia, I guess, right? Has it become like, and I wouldn't say that back in, and this is just theorizing a little bit on this train of thought. It's not to say that in general that humans thought that nature was an enemy to them, but just going along the lines of how a hero can become a villain, if you will. We're seeing the humans as the hero in this story of life, and if they see nature as the villain, right? And over time, like, so humans have become the villain against nature, in a sense. And you've seen this reflected in even the first Matrix movie, when Mr. Smith, agent guy, talking to Morpheus, right, about how, studied your kind, and they just seem to just want to take over stuff, and kind of like a virus or whatever the fuck, right? And he took his glasses off so he can see his iris, like, because he was really serious about that shit. Anyways, were there windows to any kind of soul in there, or with the roboticness and the simulations, there's no soul to see beyond even what the unveiled glasses have to show for. Anyways, towards the end of that last video, I'm reading off my notes, right? You see, I got overlays, whatever the fuck. I'm almost done. We're gonna get to another video. So he had. I gotta write this guy's name down. What? I want to say something else. Baudrillard, the author of the book, right? Simulacra simulation. He was talking about how he had a a scathing assessment against people kind of in this counterculture type of thing of the defamation of public institutions, in a sense. It almost kind of made me think, like, damn, is this guy really revealing himself and his true colors? Like, okay, so you're trying to be in that elitist aristocrat class, as if like, are you part of the simulation and you're just writing about it to do what exactly? Sorry, Theo, I got caught up on my thought. I'll read this for you, man. You kill the cultures, shamans, and leaders. You deny people's spirituality and traditions. Shame them out of their beauty and genuine selves. And you get slaves. Fuck yeah. You cut them off from the root, you're going to get some, yeah. For generations to come, too, especially. That's the dark, effed up, archonic method. 100%, man. Yeah. Unfortunately. And we've all experienced it. Yeah. And that's something we can all keep in mind, whatever, to try to have compassion with people, to try to reason with people, to offer them that red pill, right? Be sure to have a fresh glass of water for them to wash it down, right? Oh, shit. Unfluoridated, filtered water, hopefully, right? Yeah, we definitely got to get back to our true sovereignty, and that starts right here, yo. That green anahata chakra sound system of your soul, which is that green frequency. So yeah. What's up with those iconoclasts, right? Is that what he was talking about? With, these, counterculture folks and all that stuff. I'm gonna bust out the next video. I still want to. Fuck. All right. Damn. I need a refill on the coffee. I'm gonna get into the etymology of simulacrum, and simulation to help open up the imagination, and we will be back with another, after a little ration of another video. What is this one called? All right, yeah, we're gonna go more into this author. It's called "Do We Live in a Simulation" by Baudrillard, Simulation, and that book again. And I picked these things. It's not redundant so far, and I really tried to make sure that it's not. And even if there's a little redundancy, it's not all that bad, because this stuff is, some of these things are worth kind of like hearing again, to kind of like, okay, yeah, little reminders to keep in mind with everything going on with this Matrix miasma. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in again, and I'll be back again like 20 minutes. A little 20 twin.
Are we all living in a simulation? If you were to ask the French philosopher Jean Baudrillard this question, his answer would be a definitive yes. Although what he means by simulation and what you mean by simulation might be two very different things. Which is funny, considering the most influential example of a simulation was directly inspired by Baudrillard's 1981 work, Simulation and Simulacra. This is the book that we see Neo hiding the computer disks he sells in the first Matrix in, and it's the one book that the Wachowski siblings made required reading for everyone on the crew of the Matrix movies. But despite this famous example of the mainstream idea of the simulation being directly inspired by Baudrillard's work, what the French postmodern philosopher means by the term simulation is something much more insidious and much scarier than what we find in the Matrix movies. In this episode, we're going to be exploring what Baudrillard means by this term simulation, and that why Baudrillard thinks that we are already walled inside a simulation, permanently cut off from reality. This Baudrillardian idea of simulation is, to my mind, one of the most hauntingly prescient philosophical ideas you'll ever come across. More relevant and scary than either 1984 or Brave New World. Simulation and Simulacra is the dystopia of our present. A dystopia that is so all-encompassing and yet impossibly hard to grasp that we have walked blindly into it. It's the most accurate diagnosis of the slope we find ourselves free-falling down with our culture's departure from modernity into the unreal simulation that is the postmodern condition. After rewatching the Matrix movies a couple of months ago, I thought it might be a nice idea to have a dive into Jean Baudrillard's iconic work, Simulation and Simulacra. It's a small book, but dear lord, it is not an easy book. It reminds me of reading Camus' Myth of Sisyphus or Nietzsche's Beyond Good and Evil for the first time. I had that same sense that 90% of the book was going over my head, but the 10% that was seeping in was really blowing my mind, was filling me with excitement, and was changing the way that I look at the world. What Baudrillard is saying ties in with my obsession in the past year with people like Jamie Wheel, Tristan Harris, and above all, Daniel Schmachtenberger. I fully believe that if Simulation and Simulacra had been written as a novel, it would be spoken about in 1984 and Brave New World. I suppose in a bastardized form, it still is with the Matrix movies, but yeah, it's not really. And it probably wouldn't have been able to, because the thing is, like, this book is really hard to pin down, and I found it really difficult to kind of get into the juice of it and to figure out what's going on. When I sat down to make the video, I thought I'd start with 3 key terms in the book: simulation, simulacra, and hyperreality. So I started with the term simulation and tried to define what the word meant, and I immediately found myself in the weeds. This is the first major difference between Baudrillard's book and the Matrix movie. The idea of the simulation is really easy to define in the Matrix movies. The simulation is the technological virtual reality world that we are all plugged into. It's Descartes' epistemological demon. In the language of Baudrillard, the Matrix is dealing with the problem of illusion, not the problem of simulation. You have the virtual reality that is the Matrix, which seems real, and then you have the actual reality of Zion. The Matrix is an illusion. The red pill takes you out of the illusion and into reality. It's a neat, heroic arc, but that's not what Baudrillard is talking about. That's Descartes' idea of the dream and how do I know that I'm sitting beside a fire when I could be in my bed dreaming that I am. It's a question of illusion. Baudrillard's simulation is much more insidious and terrifying. Because of Baudrillard's simulation, there is no Zion. That's the whole point. There's no way out of the simulation. It's a straitjacket. It's a prison that we are locked into. And that's why it's so terrifying. Baudrillard tells us that the binary opposition between illusion and reality implodes with the entry into the postmodern age. There's no longer any distinction between illusion and reality. The reality is no longer reachable, and thus neither reality nor illusion have any meaning anymore. We are, to use Baudrillard's semiotic terminology, stranded in a world without reference. We live in a sea of signs that are disconnected from any real thing. The real is decaying, falling to pieces in our world of simulation. It has become what Baudrillard calls the desert of the real. Now, on the face of it, this may sound like everything that commentators warn about with postmodernism. It's everything that's scary about it, the relativism and the skepticism of knowledge and truth and everything we hold sacred in the West. But it's a complete mistake to look at it that way. What this caricature of postmodernism misses, and Baudrillard is one of the classical postmodernists, is that the postmodern philosophers aren't puppet masters of this new postmodern reality. They're the Cassandras. They were quite often the only ones willing to stare into the face of what was coming. The analytic philosophers were busy trying to catch up with science and with the humble quest of making their discipline rigorous. A lot of these French philosophers, however, were more concerned with the present day and with the activity of philosophy and the course of history. They were the philosophers of the day. That's part of the reason a lot of them became celebrities, because what they had to say was relevant to the world that they lived in at that time. And so with Baudrillard, I hope we get an insight into the other lens of looking at the postmodernists. Not as spectres and shadows of everything that is wrong with the world as many see them, but as diagnosticians who were diagnosing the great shift that was occurring in culture. Now obviously, they weren't all objective, unbiased individuals sitting on the sidelines. Foucault certainly was someone who threw his weight to one side of the movement and acted as a catalyst to bring about the change he believed should come. But to say that Foucault or Derrida or the other postmodernists created the world is they get caught up in the fallacy of mistaking the reflections of the stars in the pond for the night sky. Or in the language of Baudrillard, it's to attribute to individuals what is properly a function of the simulation. The big question then is, what exactly does Baudrillard mean by simulation? As it turns out, it isn't such an easy question to answer. At first I thought it was just my inexperience with Baudrillard that kept me from understanding, but after scouring 4 or 5 different books on Baudrillard and reading through a lot of articles online, it seems that the struggle to understand the idea of simulation is not just a personal quirk, but a ubiquitous struggle. None of the books I went through came up with a satisfactory definition of the term. They left the term float around without pinning it down. The closest I came to a definition was the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's page on Baudrillard, where Douglas Kellner defines Baudrillard's simulation as the cultural modes of representation that simulate reality, as in television, computer cyberspace, and virtual reality. This seems quite apt as a definition, except for the fact that it really doesn't work. When you think about it, this is just a slightly expanded definition of the Matrix's version of simulation. It's the virtual reality of the Matrix and its antecedents, TV and computers that absorb our life force. This is a really important aspect of simulation and one we'll be digging into deeper in future episodes, but it doesn't explain how Baudrillard can justify saying that the entire world is a simulation, that we are all living in a simulation. It just doesn't make sense. But despite Kellner's attempt being wide of the mark, I do appreciate the attempt at nailing the term down and thought I would try and add to the quest somewhat, although realistically this video will probably just muddy the waters a bit more. One of the books I studied was by a scholar called Rex Butler, who talks about the inherent difficulties in talking about the term simulation. In all of this, there is raised the difficulty of speaking of simulation, a difficulty that Baudrillard slowly realises as his work progresses. Simulation is difficult to talk about not simply because it is not real, but more profoundly because it is a total process. There is nothing outside of it. The analyst of simulation, therefore, is subject to the very rule he or she analyses. If the fundamental law of simulation is that we cannot come too close to the object represented, this is also true of the analyst's attempts to represent simulation itself. The question is thus raised, if there is nothing outside of simulation and nothing before it, how are we to think it at all? So if everything in this episode seems muddy and unclear to you, it is only partly to do with my inadequacy. It also explains why simulation and simulacra will never be so easy to summarise that it can stand beside 1984 or Brave New World. Its watered down version in The Matrix is about the best we are going to get at a mainstream level. All of this being said, the rest of the episode will be an attempt to demystify this idea of simulation, at least to some degree. After reading Baudrillard, it seems that, like the first rule of Fight Club,
the first rule of
the simulation
is you do not talk about
the simulation.
Baudrillard says that the moment you believe that you're in a state of simulation, you're no longer there. The misunderstanding here is the conversion of a theory like mine into a reference, whereas there should never be any references. He is using reference here in the semiotic sense as being the referent, i.e. the thing in reality that the sign refers to. This is the first key aspect of Baudrillard's simulation. It is first and foremost a hypothesis. As Baudrillard points out, the simulation is not an empirical phenomenon, something that actually happens. Baudrillard is very well aware of the paradox that, insofar as the simulation he is describing exists, it makes any way of verifying it impossible. It means that the very real which we say is lost in simulation, and against which we compare it, is now only conceivable in simulated form. Indeed, we might even say that insofar as we can speak of simulation at all, it has not yet occurred. That simulation is proved in its absence. Simulation is not real then, but a kind of hypothesis. So I hope you're beginning to get an idea as to why this topic has been wrecking my head, and also why I find it so fascinating. It's both incredibly dense and difficult to understand, but at the same time, it's one of the most fascinating ideas I've come across in years. So having established that anything we say about the topic is going to be inadequate, and blundering past Wittgenstein's injunction that what we cannot speak of we must pass over in silence, let's try to say a little more about simulation. Another important clue in attempting to understand simulation is the idea that simulation attempts to resemble the real, to realise it, to bring out what is only implicit and to make it explicit. But at a certain point in its progress, it draws too close to the original, and further increases in perfection. Instead of bringing the system closer to the original, only drive it further away. The system begins to reverse upon itself, gives rise to the opposite effects from those intended. So that all sounds very interesting, but what does it actually mean? One example that Baudrillard uses in the book is the idea of the hypermarket, and this rather mundane example is a good way of understanding this point. So hypermarket is a common term in France for a supermarket. So your Tesco, your Walmart, or for those of you in Ireland, your Dunnes Stores. And what is a supermarket? It's an attempt to perfect the idea of a market. Originally, a market was a place where you went and you would get your meat off this person, you get your bread off that person, you get your candles off the person over there. As Baudrillard puts it, the traditional market was the place where the city and the country came to rub elbows. But along comes the supermarket and attempts to perfectly realise this idea of a market. It brings all these things together under one roof. The vegetables are here and the meat is there and the candlesticks are over there. But as Baudrillard puts it, at a certain point in its progress, it draws too close to the original. And instead of bringing the system closer to the original, it only drives it further away. This makes perfect sense in the supermarket example because supermarkets, while theoretically closer to the perfection of the market, couldn't be further from the reality. There's something soul-destroying about a supermarket. You go in and under these fluorescent lights you pick out your groceries and now you don't even have to talk to anyone. You just go up to the machine, you touch your phone and you're out. But it's not even that, it's the systematization of it all. It's the machine likeness of it all. You go in, another dot in the crowd, and you pick out some items from their perfectly organised ranks. In your wake, the ranks are replenished so the machine is in a constant state of homogenizing itself. You, the customer, proceed in an ordered linear fashion around the supermarket, you come to the till and you proceed out in your car and home. It's not just a supermarket either. Baudrillard writes that the hypermarket cannot be separated from the highways that surround and feed it, from the parking lots blanketed in automobiles, from the computer terminal, further still in concentric circles from the whole town as the total functional screen of activities. Compare all this with going to the market where there's a wholesome buzz. There's people interacting, there's the people at the stalls, there's someone busking over there in the corner, there's limited stock and humans you have to overcome to get access to that stock. I find there's something nourishing about going to the market. I feel good after it. I would never go to a supermarket for a walk around, but a market? Absolutely. There's something wholesome about the market that is completely missing in the hypermarket. It's lost its soul in its attempt to perfect the idea of the market. This reaching for the perfection of the market, for the ultimate form of it, creates a homogenized market experience across the country and across the world. The market becomes something hyper-real in this approach to perfection, and somewhere along the lines it loses its soul. There's more than enough lessons there to consider as far as human perfection goes as well. Perhaps we are better off being thwarted by the haphazard chaos of our instincts. Maybe a stoic world would become as soulless as a hypermarket. Obviously this is a mundane example, but to try and bridge between this example of the hypermarket and the globalized, all-encompassing, truth-destroying idea of the simulation, let's look at Baudrillard's example from ethnology. So in 1971, the Philippine government decided to return a few dozen Tassidae tribespeople to the depths of the forest they had recently been discovered in. The Tassidae had lived there for 8 centuries with no contact with the outside world, but upon contact with this world they were, as Baudrillard puts it, disintegrating immediately upon contact, like mummies in the open air. And so, at the recommendation of the anthropologists, the government decided to return the tribespeople to virgin forest beyond the reach of colonizers, tourists, and ethnologists. Baudrillard's analysis of this event is brilliant. As with everything else, it's difficult to grasp, but there's something incredibly powerful in it. He says that in order for ethnology to live, its object must die. In the process of studying the tribes, the ethnologists were causing them to decay. But this returning of the tribespeople to the virgin forest is precisely what is so peculiar. The science sacrifices these tribespeople in order to preserve its reality principle. The Tassidae are frozen in their natural element. They have become posthumous, frozen, cryogenized, sterilized, protected to death. They have become referential simulacra, and science itself has become pure simulation. These tribespeople become the model of simulation, of all the possible tribespeople from the times before ethnology. What Baudrillard is getting at here captures the difficult to grasp essence of simulation. Earlier he writes about how, with simulation, the real is no longer what it was. We see the implosion of the real, the collapse of the difference between illusion and reality. Now there is no illusion or reality, there is only simulation. Looking at the case of the Tassidae tribespeople in this light, we see the attempt to get back to reality, to restore the Tassidae to their true form in a virgin forest. It's this idea of what is natural, this reality principle. But in trying to grasp for that real, we are only simulating it. When you hear people arguing about what our ancestors ate, how our ancestors lived, and why you should live that way now, it's not getting back to the way our Paleolithic ancestors lived. It's just another simulation like the Tassidae. These are relatively mundane examples of Baudrillard's simulation, but you can begin to see what he means by saying that everything has become a simulation, that the simulation has become all-encompassing. This isn't just a question of the internet or of the media, it's everything. When we talk about internet and technology and how they've warped our lives, the simulation is easy to understand. The Matrix is an easy thing to understand because we look at our non-virtual lives and see something that is less warped. But Baudrillard's point that I have no doubt butchered is that the simulation is much more insidious and has penetrated far deeper into our lives. We now live in an entirely simulated world. What exactly this means, I'm still wrestling with, and I'm fully confident that anyone who's studied Baudrillard deeply would probably cringe at my indelicate attempt to capture what he's talking about. But in future episodes, I want to circle this work of Baudrillard more, because I genuinely feel that there's something important in it, and something that might be imperative to understanding the mess that we find ourselves in the third decade of the 21st century. In future episodes, we're going to look at Baudrillard's criticisms of the Matrix movies. We're going to do a more detailed breakdown of simulation and simulacra, and we're also going to talk about his idea of hyperreality and look at the prescience of Baudrillard's work for our world today. For now, that's everything for today's episode of The Living Philosophy. If you've enjoyed it, you might like to give the video a thumbs up down below, and if you loved it and you love The Living Philosophy, then why not head over to Patreon, where you can support the channel, get early access to scripts and videos, and where you can get your name eternalized in the credits of all future videos. As ever, if you have any thoughts, insights, or feedback, I'd love to hear from you down in the comments. Otherwise, I shall see you next time. Thank you for watching.
Right on. Hey, man, you weren't that cringe as you might have said so. And for folks thinking that they're cringe, would you even have a Patreon account? Like, you trying to have cringy followers, man? Like, think about it. Abracadabra, mother lovers. What you speak into existence can be, the fucking reality, And, even if we are living in some kind of simulated thing, whatever, are you not using that neo cortex to make more sense and be more of the cause to the effects in your life? and being above that old stingy man, the Merovingian, with his dark occultic approach on causality, right? Even though a lot of what he said was true, he threw in that one poison pill of like, when Morpheus like, there's choice. And it's like, no, there is no choice. Although in context to the movie, what he's basing that thing on, I feel like he thinks like, well, you guys are in the Matrix. You don't even, why you're here and all this stuff. You think you have free will choice in this, simulated construct when you really don't. Yet, this anomaly of Neo, through that, activated heart love for Trinity, like broke the system in their false overlay of causality, I feel. If that makes any sense. That's just something that just came to mind. But let's bring it back and rewind. And yo, Theo. Yeah, I mean, what is he, Swedish or maybe Danish even? I don't know. Interesting accent. I've heard much more annoying folks. He brought up some decent points and interesting angles that I wanted to entangle in this whole, or untangle, regarding, making more clarity to the Matrix. And I'm really interested now, and yeah, I'm going to speak with Zerlef. He's going to come on a live stream after he's done camping in a couple days, right, brother? Yo, Justin, what's cracking? Justin Skelton. What's cracking? Yeah, him and I, because he brought to my attention the fact that, the Wachowskis were not the original writers of the Matrix script, actually. So I'm really interested as to what the original author, his influences, or even his knowing of, this Simulacra and Simulation book by Baudrillard. And speaking of which, yeah, it's really interesting that he, made a comparison or had that book in the same breath of, the Orwellian 1984s and, the Aldous Huxley Slave New World and all this shit, right? I mean, how much of reality are we living regarding that? But yeah, I don't know why I mean, I haven't read the book, actually, so I cannot compare. But he seemed to say it was like more insidious or dark than, 84 or Brave New World. And I'm just like, damn, that's just dark enough, right? The movie Equilibrium with what's that guy who played Batman with the Dark Knight Rising? That was a really good movie, and it had like these blue pill type of things like you saw in the Matrix, especially in the fourth one. It almost seemed like a reenactment of that. Taking the what is it, soma, to be sedated and kind of go through life extra numb through the simulation while being assimilated in this homogenized gobbledygook, and yeah, the Borg assimilation equation, which is such an under sensation with their androgenization of whatever the fuck that's coming through their pipelines, which it seems like they just want to take over anything and just assimilate it into their fucking cube tesseract fucking shit, because you have to think it's really hard to put your mindset or put yourself in the shoes of a parasite, if you will. Like, what is the modus operandi of a parasite? To find a host that has abundant life force energy and suck it, not to the point where it's so dry that, you're losing that optimum, loosh, right? Think about this on a multi-dimensional level as well, with archons and all this stuff. And the a tick, right? I mentioned this a couple times, but a tick, what is that? A parasite. And what is poly? It's, multifaceted, so things to consider. So yeah, it's cool they mentioned, things about, the contamination of TV, and how, the author Baudrillard was critical on, television and stuff. And in the video they touched on things like the network, which was like a simulation within a simulation in a sense, and that was kind of really cutting edge for that time, if you will. What did that come out in the 70s? The actor Howard Beale, I want to say his name was, who, did a brilliant performance as the lead anchor of, this movie, The Network, of, like a television program where this guy kind of, realizes that, this is all just kind of like a hoax, or, like, we're just like feeding you bullshit on the boob tube and all this shit, right? Which you would not find anything of the sort on Revolution Radio, where you can find Crib Rick. What's cracking, brother? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Right on time. One Great Work Warriors. You can find us. It's a cool 6-man crew. We ask and answer pertinent questions like, hey, you got that natural law? And if you want to know more about that, Theo Lukes hooked it up fat on this really cool new website. And so the author, one of the reasons why I brought this whole, live stream up with, the author of this book, is because it seems like people are hung up on the idea that, the Matrix was really solely based off of this book, Simulacra and Simulacrum. Simulation. Fuck. Written by this French author, Jean Baudrillard. And apparently, his version, there is no Zion. It's pretty much, it's all mixed in together, this hyper reality and the simulation and reality. It's just one big clusterfuck. And we can kind of see that. I don't know how deep his philosophical roots go down to what made him think about all this to begin with. But he made a lot of good social observations. And I already mentioned the one thing in France with the ugly ass Beaubourg center in Paris, next to Notre Dame de la Garde. But the other thing I wanted to mention, which was highlighted in this last video, was the hypermarket. But in French, we call it a hypermarché. Hyper, hyper. It's the same thing. And what is hyper, right? Just like a amplified thing, like a overabundance of, right? Excess, above, beyond. And if you've been to some of these places in France, it's even impressive for Americans, with these big ass shopping malls and stuff. Hypermarché, where think of your average Walmart, I guess. And there could be even like other little boutiques and shops, lined up within or outside, of these centers. And think about these mom and pop killers and how it's making the the old-fashioned markets and farmers markets, those types of things, I guess obsolete, for lack of a better term. And it sucks because, yeah, like, I mean, I go to some, I don't go to the Hypermarché really all that much. I go to like more smaller markets just to get, drinks, grain, rice, pasta, whatever the fuck that I can't find at farmer's market, which is, basically my fruit and veg. I make wonderful, glorious juice all the time that has plenty of life, prosperity, and health. Fuck yeah. Cheers to that wealth, mind, body, spirit. Yeah, Rick, hope y'all are doing out great out there as well. So, yeah, that is a really great point. It's just bringing it back to humanity that connects us to the earth and connects us to other people that are working with nature. That, for folks like myself that aren't, farming or have our own little garden or whatever, to source our, food from the less amount of mediums, I guess. God damn. Ah, putain de merde. I was thinking about something in French, of course, Excusez-moi, les gars, mais voilà. What about those illusions of reality? Are they really the same? And yeah, going over the philosophy of the book and all that stuff and what they're talking about, and I'm just gleaning off of what they're talking about. I haven't read this book, but you can just kind of get a decent idea of what it's about and some of his philosophical points, and whether they're ostensible or not. It's just interesting to consider because, whether, the think tanks and social engineers and dark occultists are basing their perception of reality off of real, true, objective truths or ostensible things or whatever half-truths, whatever the fuck in between, it's still having an effect, so it needs to be recognized, reconciled, and fucking dealt with so we can be, working with the positive causes to have the positive effects in this world, in this reality, right? Whether it's a motherfucking illusion or not. So the points that need to be hammered home is like, whether or not people think it's an illusion or not, life fucking matters. What we do here matters. This moment fucking matters, right? So what the fuck are we doing with it, right? I appreciate y'all, tuning in. In the here and now. And yeah, I got 2 more videos to go over, and another one is going to go more into this, hyper reality, bringing it more into the modern times, what we're kind of going through, especially with the extra augmented overlays of the digitality, the digitotalitation of all this shit, man. Holy fuck. How many puns can we have fun with and all this stuff until, yeah. Nah, I'm dragging on too much. I should definitely get this other video loaded while I think about anything else I wanted to mention before going into it. Yeah. Another good point of just like, yeah, so when we're in this simulation or whatever the fuck, this hyper reality, what they were talking about in the book and in the video is that, yeah, it is hard. And I guess the author is contesting that it's like pretty much impossible to realize that you're actually in a simulation once you're in it, I guess. And especially like, imagine like we're being born into this kind of thing, right? Yeah, take it on a multidimensional level. If you want to take it to the Phantom Matrix, the Saturn Moon Matrix, and the soul recycling shit, and the memory wipe of when we get pro-carnated or incarnated into this, new life. Yeah, we're disconnected from source. We don't have our whole DNA connected, and our memories, past life especially, and all this stuff, and the whole cosmic recipe of what makes us true multidimensional being, activated as if, you know, the energy transfer from life to death is still, you know, cognizant, and we remember the whole thing. You know, we're still just going through it, you know. That's part of that extra cosmic great work, right? To really get through to the halls of Amente and, you know, pass through with that heart as light as a feather. Anyways, so did we do this one? I don't think so. All right, cool. How y'all doing out there? What's that, Sarah? I think we're meant to have some amnesia, making it interesting. Yeah, I can see that. It's like a it's like playing a video game handicapped or something like that, or having, you know, some yeah. I hope this is the newer video. If not, I'm gonna cut it out and get to the one I wanted to.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another live stream in this key concept series that I'm doing just while we are in lockdown. Just to give me something to do, and hopefully to teach something about some of the kind of key ideas in sociology, politics, history, and philosophy. I've been focusing a lot on postmodernism lately, so I just did one on Foucault, which quite a lot of people had watched. So thank you very much. I'd watched through the blog, so thank you very much for watching and staying in touch. Quite a lot of people actually got in touch with me after the last Foucault one and said that they wanted something on Baudrillard, or something on simulation and simulacra in particular. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and focus on simulation and simulacra as a book to see what Baudrillard is arguing in this piece. If you are interested in any of this stuff, there's more on my WordPress, so you can take a look. There's also some written articles on there too. But first of all, I'd like to give a shout out to, because I've had quite a lot of views in Vietnam and quite a lot of Vietnamese people watching. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching and staying in touch. So let's take a look at what we're going to look at in this live stream that I'll try and cover in 30 minutes-ish. So what we're going to look at in terms of Baudrillard is we're going to look at, well, first, before we establish his philosophy or his ideas, we have to establish what we mean by modernism and postmodernism as distinct historical periods, because we need to have some conception of what this is and what this means before we can then move on to look at what Baudrillard is saying. We also want to look at how Baudrillard argues that we are living in a simulation, or how does Baudrillard argue that we are living in a simulation. By simulation, I'm not referring to the Matrix per se, or that we're living in some kind of simulated reality, like we're in some kind of shell, or this is all an illusion or whatever. He means something different by simulation. So it's important that we go through and we clarify what he means by this term simulation. And we're also going to take a look at how this has been used as a political tool, how Baudrillard's idea of living in a simulation has been used as a political tool, essentially. Just a slight disclaimer as well, there's been quite a few kind of Reddit things I came over from various right-wing groups and libertarian groups in particular, saying they need to take the red pill and leave the simulation as a justification for their own ideology. I want to move away from that because, like I say, he's not arguing that we are actually living a simulated reality per se, as in we're living in some sort of computer system, or there's kind of a disproportionate power in some areas. Well, he's arguing something completely different. So hopefully this will clarify what he's arguing. I'm going to trying to keep this as simple and straightforward as possible, so that it can be as accessible to as many people as possible, because I normally teach 16 to 18-year-olds, so it's mainly aimed at that demographic. So apologies if some things have been oversimplified in areas. So let's start with what is modernism then. So generally, for kind of historians, sociologists, some political scientists, modernism is a term that is used to describe a historical period occurring between the late 19th and mid 20th century. And it's mainly describing key transformations in the culture, particularly in the West during this period, changes in art, changes in philosophy, and changes in academia, in the educational sector, how we come to understand ourselves and understand our truths. And as a result of all these different changes in these different areas, David Harvey argues that it created a common cultural set of values which cuts across all societal subjectivities, that this modern culture, modern art, philosophy and academia actually shaped how most people in this period understood themselves, who they are, and their place within the world. Almost like post-Nietzsche's death of God situation. God has died, so instead we are constructing ourselves not from religion, but from these new cultural artifacts and cultural pieces. I've included an image of the screen here, which would be seen as a classic kind of modernist piece of artwork in terms of its composition and in terms of its brushstrokes and its colours, because it doesn't reflect traditional versions of art or how art would previously have appeared in a more classic or traditionalist period. So these kind of ideas tend to cut across societal subjectivities. So if it is about common cultural values, then what are the values that this modernist period or people within this modernist period really stood for? Well, one of the first things that they tended to favour are narratives of progress. And this is very much tied to the ideas that Hegel came up with, that we are constantly living in a historical period, or as history progresses, people's lives get better or things improve. We become more egalitarian, we become better people, technology becomes better, etc., etc. So we are constantly going through a period of progress, and that when something is created, we need to destroy it and make it better. So it's constantly out with the old and in with the new. And I quite like this phrase, destroy and rebuild until God shows. So that's a really good kind of encapsulation of what covers these values at the time. So we need to destroy these old forms of society or any kind of remnants of old forms of society, and then rebuild it in the image of something else. A kind of extreme example of this would be Mao's Cultural Revolution, where he said nothing from the old world is worth saving. Nothing from the dynasties of China or anything before the Communist Revolution is worth saving. So therefore we need to go in, we need to destroy it, and we need to rebuild a new period that would define itself. Another thing that this period is defined for in terms of individual identities is this idea of meta-narratives. And this refers to universal truths that are essentially foundations that we can build our identities from, or we can build our cultures from. That there are certain foundational, unmovable truths that we can come to, that we can argue, that allow us to build ourselves. So, for example, what it means to be a man in this period has clear definitions, which would be backed up by rational science. To be a man means this. To be a woman means this. To be working class, for example, has a strict definition that you have certain characteristics, certain cultures, and you can build your ideas off this. Similarly, the meta-narratives also based themselves on a concept called the state of nature. So the state of nature was kind of a philosophical experiment that many Enlightenment thinkers did to imagine life before the state had emerged, that before government and all of these modern inventions had occurred. And that if we can determine what the original state of nature was like, we could determine our natural conditions, which would serve as the foundations that we could build and destroy everything else on top of. So again, it links back to those ideas of, in the state of nature, what is the role of a man? What is a man? Well, we can define it as this. So therefore, masculinity can build or grow itself off these concepts. Okay, so it provides some sort of stability, but there's also constant change and constant revolutionizing going there. There is nothing more modernist than capitalism and kind of revolutionizing the means of production, because you start with kind of the means of production or a technology which makes a product, you then make some money, you reinvest in the product and you change it again. So it's constantly destroying and rebuilding in this kind of cycle. Now, this period kind of ends following World War II, or many kind of historians or sociologists tend to say that modernism ended around the period of World War II, that actually people believed in these narratives so much that it led us to two world wars, that these meta-narratives were somewhat problematic. Hitler's idea of the ultimate race, destroying, the old or impure races and creating a kind of superior Aryan race, was a negative idea that had stemmed from this concept of modernism and to some extent rational for the time, rational belief, and had led to kind of huge damages in the world. So following this historical period, some historians argue that by the mid-20th century to today, we have entered a new period, which has rejected all of these values and foundations that have come before it. And this is what people refer to, or some sociologists and historians refer to, as postmodernism. So this is a rejection of modernism and those values that have come before it. And it tends to describe new transformations in culture, art, philosophy, and academia. So moving away from those traditional notions. So for example, we can see another picture of the screen, a postmodern take on the screen here, where instead of the usual central focus of the central character of the image, we have replaced it with Macaulay Culkin from Home Alone. So we can see here it's kind of ironic and it's jarring and it's fragmented and it's referencing different things as opposed to creating something new. It's actually pulling influences from different periods in time in order to create something new in its art. But this period also has a set of values, which I'm going to refer to Lyotard from. So my version of this copy is 1989, but he actually writes it before that in the 1970s. And he's kind of seen as the kind of godfather in a way of postmodernism. And he argues that what postmodernism is, at its core, is a rejection of those meta-narratives that we discussed in modernism. So if we remember, meta-narratives are referring to these foundations that are universal truths that we can build our societies and our identities from. Okay, so for example, I'm not saying I believe this, but say for example you are a man, you have a penis between your legs, so therefore that means you must be male, and you can build your identities from that. Well, what Lyotard is arguing is that we no longer believe in these meta-narratives anymore, because everyone has their own perspective, their own story, and their own interpretation of reality. If the meta-narrative of modernism doesn't sync up with your understanding of reality, your interpretation of the world and how you experience of the world, then we're not going to follow it, we're not going to believe it. And so we've moved away from this belief in central ideas and central notions. There is no such thing as objective reality. Science cannot stand back and say, well, objectively we can say this is this, because that doesn't reflect the experiences of the different individuals who are involved. So instead of everything being centralized around these meta-narratives, everything has become fragmented. It's in different periods, it's in different kind of sides, and it's in different kind of constructions. So that's really important to note, and that's essentially what we're going to, or the foundation, the way that Baudrillard is going to be building off. Because one of the central problems we have is, if everyone has their own perspective, if everyone has their own story, and everyone has their own interpretation, how can we construct our own identities? How do we know who we are? How do people in this period come to understand who they are? And it's from this that Baudrillard kind of takes his ideas that he's building on to try and build on what the postmodern experience actually is for many people. And he comes to this radical conclusion towards the end of Simulation and Simulacra, where he says the universe, all of us, have entered into live simulation. So again, he's not saying here that he's living in the Matrix. He's not saying that we are living some kind of electronic simulation, that actually we are asleep somewhere in reality, and actually here what we are seeing is some kind of fake reality that has brought itself forward. So let's see what he actually means by this term simulation, because it can be quite complicated. So there are two concepts that we really need to look at and that we really need to develop. So the two concepts are the title of the book. There is simulacra and simulation. In order to describe simulacrum, he uses this quote from Ecclesiastes, where he says, simulacrum is never what hides the truth. It is the truth that hides the fact that there is none. the simulacrum is true. So essentially what simulacrum is, or what Baudrillard is saying simulacrum is that nothing is actually real. There is no reality that actually exists that you are interacting with on a daily basis. But there is a layer over society which is presenting itself as reality, presenting itself as real. And he kind of links this to a story or an idea relating to an empire. So he says, in this story, there is an empire which decides to make a map to map out all the contours of the empire. And as the empire grows, the map also grows with it. The map also develops and looks exactly the same as the real empire that exists. But as history progresses, the real empire is destroyed and disappears, but the map remains. The map is a simulacra of the empire that used to exist. And for Baudrillard, it is this copy, it is this map that we are all living in. That is the map that constructs our realities, not the empire that no longer relates. So he uses this concept, which is also used in the Matrix, that actually the desert of the real, it's called. So what is real is actually a desert. There is nothing there. What we are experiencing or what we are engaging with is actually something that isn't real, something that doesn't exist, something that has been copied, something that isn't genuine or real, as we say. So that's what he means by simulacra. It's kind of like a layer over reality that we engage with and that we can see and accept as reality. So what's a simulation then? Well, he defines simulation as the principle of equivalence from the radical negation of sign as value.
Real quick, thanks guys. I really should have done this, an hour ago. I just wanted to breeze over real quick, the definition and etymology of simulacrum or simulacra and simulation. So starting with simulacrum, because it makes sense with what he's talking about, and just to get an idea of, all right, was the author of the book, did he have a different interpretation of what these words actually mean and put them into his own terms? Which is kind of what, other people are going to do with other people's works. Think about the Matrix movie and other like music and other things that, have, these abstract ideas and creations based off of other people's works, right? So, but to get back to, definitions and stuff. So simulacrum from 1590s. Quote, an image, that which is formed in likeness of an object. From Latin, simulacrum, likeness, image, form, representation, portrait. A dissimulation of simulacrum. From simulare, to make like, imitate, copy, represent, right? So we see it's not the OG stuff, it's a replica, I guess, if you will, right? Represents, replica, right? Is it a knockoff, right? Oh shit. What about, like those knockoff Jordans you would get for $5 or whatever instead of 100? Anyways, back in the 90s, man, that was the thing. From the stem of simulus, which means like, resembling, of the same kind. Think of similar, right? Similaire. It's the same in French, mon frère. Brown writes of the ancient division of body, soul, and image, or simulacrum of them both in some kind of workings. Interesting, that reference. It is attested by 1805 as something having the mere appearance of another thing. Something having a mere appearance of something. So it's not quite the same. It ain't the real McCoy. Anyways, not to say it's a decoy per se, but anyways. Hence a specious imitation. The word was borrowed earlier as simulacre, late 14th century, via Old French. Simulacre. Mais oui, mon ami. Voilà. SEM, the suffix, Proto-Indo-European, root meaning one as one together with, right? So like assimilate, right? They're trying to make it, a lot of things into one. Think about that. All right, so simulation, mid 14th century. Again, simulation. The ending is CIOUN, not simulation, like TION. Like a lot of there's like that TION ending in English that a lot of like Spanish and Latin, French, whatever, even Italian possibly. It's more CION, even IOUN sometimes, depending on if it's a masculine or feminine word, noun, pronoun, whatever. So simulation, a false show, false profession. Okay. From Old French, simulation, pretense, like pretentious. Think about that. And to add on to that sentence, like, yeah, I was talking with Brandon Spencer last night with the One Great World Warriors and stuff. We were talking about like, because I mentioned the Merovingian and stuff, and some of these funny stereotypes about French people and stuff, and how they can be arrogant or whatever, possibly pretentious with that, or in other ways. But thinking about think like soccer games. You watch a soccer match, people are diving around. So du cinema, they're making a simulation. They're simulating a foul when they're trying to draw a yellow, red card or get a penalty shot, whatever, that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's just the phonetics of these things link up and line up, perfectly, right? So yeah, and me playing soccer for 20 years, whenever I saw people trying to simulate that shit, I wanted to crush these motherfuckers, man. I was like, dude, you're shaming the game, man. You're fronting, man. Like, why the fuck are you faking the funk, And yeah, I wasn't about that stuff. I'm a hardcore player. I've played in Europe, and I played it against and with these people sometimes. So I fucking saw that shit hand on, and just like seeing these people, it's like, really, guy, you're gonna fall down like a little fucking bitch? That ain't no sacred masculine shit. That's not even sacred feminine. That's just being a motherfucking bitch. Anyways, sorry. I'm almost done, and then we're gonna get back into this video. The trains are coming through. So yeah, Latin. Simulationem. Nominative. Simulatio. And imitating, feigning, false show, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Sorry. Excuse my French. Noun of action, from past participle, stem of similare, going back to the first one, simulacrum, to imitate, from stem simulus, like similar, right? Resembling, the as like of, likeness of, right? The meaning, a model or mock-up for purpose of experiment or training. Ooh, yeah. This is why I wanted to mention this as well, because think about all the, within the matrix simulation that we're living in, all these false flags, right? And some of the events that led up to these false flags, and like the predictive programming, if you will, think about, Simpsons, 9/11, all this stuff, and throughout however many movies and shows and all this stuff. V for Vendetta was a great one, talking about 2020, Soylent Green and all this stuff, even as blatant as it may seem. Were those not like subliminal simulations, and like seeding the public conscious to making us kind of tacitly comply to dark agendas? And even during these dark agendas, whether it was, you know, a real event or not, they had, you know, like, what did they call it? Like an army practice, right? You know, what did they have in a day before 9/11 or the day of? They had like a simulation of an actual terrorist attack, right? So, you know what I mean? It's just like this inception, this occult mockery on all of us, right? Pretty fucked up, right? Things to consider. But yeah, once we see these things for what they are, we're not caught up in them and not getting loosed out for our energy and going with any of this Hegelian dialectic stuff of them presenting the problem, right? And when we don't understand the problem, we're reacting, you know, in not the best way. And we're reacting to the direction of seconding their notion of their manufactured solution, which is just more control and slavery and all that stuff, right? Yeah. Vaccinations, those vaccines, needlecraft shit, Devoc AI, overlays, whatever the fuck, yeah. Exactly, Sarah, yeah. It's not that funny, but anyways. So real quick, simulated in the 1620s, talking about feigned past partisan, the meaning of, yeah, I'm not gonna beat the dead horse. Y'all get the gist. Let's go back into this video. It's pretty cool. It's a nice little presentation. It's a half an hour long. We're about halfway through, so yeah, thanks for tuning in and checking this out. This is the first time I watched this, so I'm just, you know, taking some notes and writing some stuff down. I just wanted to get some grammar locked in so it can make us understand, you know, these things even better than even what these people are even talking about sometimes. And it's not to size people up or act like we're better or know more than, you know, it's just for our own gnosis and just deciphering this matrix stuff, right? So, hey, it's just this matrix marathon, you know. I'm not trying to get all caught up into the thralls and having that shit rack my brain because, yeah, I'm like 40 hours deep in this shit already, but yeah. And it's like 2 weeks in, so on y va. Bonne continuation. Bonne séance. Séance means like showing. This whole cinema and the simulation and the simulate. Fuck it.
So essentially what he's saying here is reality and meaning have been replaced by symbols and signs. So again, think of the map. So reality, the reality of the empire. The empire no longer exists, but what's been changed and what we experience are actually symbols and signs that look like what the empire used to be, but actually isn't the empire that was. So the human experience is therefore a simulation. So we can kind of experience this, but it is not relevant to the lives that we live. So essentially what we are living in is a simulation, a simulacra of reality, because it has no reference to its original image. So that's quite complicated. So let's break it down a little bit further to not only see how this simulation works, but actually what the heck he's talking about anyway. So let's have a look. So Baudrillard kind of lays out 4 stages of simulation. So to begin with, before these stages even begin, you have a situation or something that is real. So I'm going to do this in the form of memes because I think they are the best way to kind of show how this is working in practice. So the woman yelling at the cat meme has been particularly popular since the end of 2019. And the images, obviously these are photographs of images, but before those photographs are taken, these are real things. These are real cats. That is a real cat that was sat at a chair, eating or pretending to eat that particular dish. That woman who is yelling at the cat, she was also real. That photo happened in real life. And what has happened in the first stage of simulation is a photograph has been taken of the reality of that situation. Okay, so the first stage of simulation is the image is a direct reflection of reality. Okay, so reality is the moment that is actually happening. The first stage of simulation would be a photograph, which is a direct, faithful copy of that reality that is happening. Okay, so the real no longer exists. This is the first drawing of that map that he's referring to. Stage 2 is the copy or the photograph then masks the reality that was there. Okay, so this image, which is a copy of reality, has now been copied again and has been turned into something else. So it's actually been turned into a meme at this point. So it says, my mum telling me how useless I am, and then the cat saying, 12-year-old me playing Minecraft. The copy has changed. It has now been copied again. So we've gone from reality to a copy to another copy. Okay, so we've got a genuine copy, a kind of fake genuine copy. So it's close to reality, but it's still, you can't see the reality behind the image because we have forgotten the actual moment or the moment that was taking place when the original photo was taken. This copy, the stage 2 copy, is then copied again. And this is where the copy is removed from all reality. And we can see the meme here has not only been flipped, so we have the cat yelling at the woman, but it is also an image. It has been drawn. It has been taken away from its original reality and the original genuine copy that it had been. So therefore, it has masked that there was any reality in the first place. There was no reality there at all. Okay, so we no longer associate this image with a real situation or two real things that took place in real life. It has now become something else. It has become a different copy which has been removed from reality. This copy is then copied again to become a pure simulacrum. The images no longer have any relation to the reality that the original copy was taken from. And as you can see, the example I've used is the same meme, but it's on Christmas jumpers. So not only has it been removed from its reality or from that real situation, which the photograph was a genuine copy of, but it is now something that you can wear, something that is in a different form or in a different format than it was originally than the reality intended it to be. And Baudrillard is arguing that this final stage has removed the image so far away from the original that the original no longer exists. All that exists is this simulation of what was real. So the only thing that gives this meaning, the only thing that gives this simulacrum meaning is the idea for nostalgia that once this was a real situation or two real photographs that actually took place in reality. And that's what keeps this final image or belief in this final image real. It's what it refers to as the nostalgia for the real, giving the simulation meaning. We are nostalgic for the reality of this meme, and so therefore it gives it meaning. So hopefully that makes sense, but I want to kind of articulate this a little further because it's a little bit complicated in that sense. So let's think about when you go to a concert. When you go to a concert, one of the things you'll probably have noticed, and this isn't like an OK Boomer thing, but one of the things you'll have noticed when people go to a concert is they're not really engaging with the actual band or engaging with the moment that they are in. What you'll find is many people are actually taking photographs of the concert on their phone and or filming the concert on their phone, which is a reflection of reality, taking them away from the actual experience that they are experiencing. Okay, they then go home and they upload that image onto YouTube. So that reality has been moved away from the actual reality of being at the gig and is now uploaded as a copy of a copy onto YouTube. Someone then edits the video or edits it out to only show the songs that people want to see or the singles. This is then a third stage copy. So it's been, again, removed from reality. This is not the order of events that happened, but it's another stage. And then finally, it can enter the pure simulacrum fourth stage as to whether it actually existed at all. So throughout that, you've never got people engaging with the reality of the situation they are in. They are constantly removed from that reality to the point that that gig has no reflection of the reality of the gig at all. When you watch a simulation of a gig on YouTube, for example, you never get to experience the hot, the sweaty atmosphere, people being cramped, people being crushed, the smell of beer on the floor and everything else that goes with it. And so it's been removed from the reality of that. Similarly, you can also take out when the band mess up, when they miss a chord, when they miss a note. So therefore, again, it has been removed from the reality of the situation. Let's think of it in another way. So let's say you've gone to a concert and you're watching a band. Let's use a modern example. Let's say you've gone to see the 1975. Okay, so I think they're quite popular at the moment. So the 1975, we could potentially argue, are real. I can see them. They're on the stage. Surely they are real people. And it's true. They are real people. But the music that they play is a copy of things that have happened before in the 80s. In fact, they sample different artists, different groups from the 1980s, 1970s in order to make something new. But the people that they copied have copied it from someone else, and the people that they copied have copied it from someone else. So therefore, what you are watching is a simulation of reality. There is no longer a real or a foundational concept. So it's constantly a simulation. I mean, for example, everyone knows Led Zeppelin, but do we know who the first original blues artist was? Blues has been removed so far away from its original kind of creators and its original intentions into rock and roll and various other things that we can say it is now a simulation of the blues. Well, you might be thinking, you know, that's fair enough. That's all well and good for music. I've heard this stuff before. What's real punk? What's real emo? But how does that link to people? How does that relate to me as a person? Well, it actually does happen in the real world. And the example that Baudrillard uses in the book is the example of indigenous people and ethnography and history in these various academic subjects. In Papua New Guinea, there are various indigenous tribes, and in order to preserve them, what ethnographers did is they built a dense forest around them to essentially create a pen where they could live their reality. But Baudrillard would argue that this is no longer the reality of those indigenous people anymore. They are now living by preserving them, by trying to preserve these groups, they are now living a simulated reality, which is then commented upon in academia, which is then copied, masked, or changed or removed from the original reality that they were originally living in. And actually we can see this in working class cultures, that seeing as many working class cultures don't really exist anymore in the 21st century, particularly since neoliberalism. There's almost like a mourning for the reality, or you can live a simulated reality of what that working class culture was by visiting a mine, visiting a pit, going to a working men's social club, going to the old steelworks and things like that. So therefore, we are constantly living this simulation. We're navigating in a world of copies with no reference to their original. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. So you're not living in a computer simulation. You are living in a world filled with copies with no connection to their original. And as a result of this, individual identities end up fragmenting. So those meta-narratives of what it means to be male has constantly been copied, changed, so it becomes a simulation of what masculinity is. So your identity has fragmented into different forms and into different places and into different areas. Building off this, and this was something that was requested in many of the emails that I got, Baudrillard comes up with this concept of, or develops this concept from structuralism called hyperreality. So hyperreality is essentially where the real and the imaginary intermingle and come together to create something new. And the example that he uses in the book is the example of Disneyland. So Disney cartoons, characters and settings, we know are all imaginary. But Disneyland physically, in its physical form, represents real American life and real American values, right down to its streets, its expected behaviors, the way you interact, the way you purchase things. I mean, Disneyland is still capitalistic after all. It doesn't have any of those other heightened things. So it's the fusion of these two things in Disneyland that create hyperreality. It is something more real than real. And what he's arguing is that these things become, or the hyperreal becomes more entertaining than our actual real lives, or the real lives that we live every day. So we want to live in them. And actually the fact that Disneyland is hyperreal distracts us from the fact that other aspects of our lives are hyperreal too. And as a result, this dictates the values that we have. So other examples of hyperreality would be social media, reality TV, and malls. We'll focus on social media. So for example, on social media, people take an image of the real, a first order copy. They then edit it to the point of a simulation, that it no longer represents the real image anymore. It looks better than how we all probably look in real life, because in real life, when we wake up in the morning, we all look a bit rough. We've all got dog breath. We've all got kind of things hanging where we don't want them to be hanging. Whereas when we edit it and we put it on Instagram, it shows us something more real than real, a hyper reality, which then links to our values as to how we want to look as individuals. And we want to live there, we want to interact with that, and we want to be in this hyper reality as a result. And it's these moments, these things that are kind of part of the simulation but are almost more real than real, that most people build their lives and identities upon. So hopefully that explains the hyperreal. So I know one of the emails said that they wanted to know how to create a hyper reality. Well, here's how you're doing it, but the problem is you're already living in a hyper reality, so it would be very difficult for you to create one. The only way you could possibly do it is by taking an image of yourself or a video of yourself and making yourself to be more than you actually are, to the point where it no longer represents you. And in fact, that's a good idea, isn't it? So you can take an image of yourself, say, climbing a mountain, for example. At the top of the mountain, someone takes an image of you. So there's the real and the genuine copy. You then edit it on your phone. You edit it again. So it kind of, you take out the wrinkles, you take out the red eye, take out the spots, give yourself a little bit of a six-pack, and then you then edit it again and upload it. And then as a result of that, you've simulated yourself. The image no longer represents you, much like Oscar Wilde's pictures of Dorian Gray. The image no longer represents you. It is a simulation of you. And so your identity is fragmented. There's this online version of you, which is on Instagram, which looks perfect. And then there's the real you, which is probably very disappointing in real life. And isn't this just why things like Tinder don't really work? Anyway, so let's have a look at the political implications of this. So in 1991, Baudrillard wrote a series of articles called The Gulf War Did Not Take Place. Now, he's not actually saying that the Gulf War never took place, because obviously in reality it did. But he argues that the American military did not directly engage in combat with the Iraqi army. Instead, much of the campaign was actually done by bombers. And many of these bombers or bomber pilots had actually sat in simulations or bombing simulations before they actually did the real thing. The thing is, these bombing simulations look exactly like the real bombing campaigns that they are actually doing. So the people that are bombing, or the soldiers that are flying, or the pilots that are flying the planes, don't know whether they are living the simulation or whether they are living the reality of the bombing, he argues. Similarly, little was actually known about the Iraqi deaths from the point of view of the West. So from Western media, the way it was presented, we knew very little about the amount of Iraqi soldiers, Iraqi civilians that had actually died. So Western media kind of presented the war as propaganda imagery. The only interpretation we got of this event in the West was propaganda imagery, or the way that the narrative was spun by the press, Fox News, the media, CBS, all these other news channels. And they then constructed our understanding of the war, which then made it hard to decipher what really happened in Iraq, whether the war was real, or sorry, it's hard to discern what was real or actually happened in the war and what was stylized by the media, which would be the simulation. The fact that this war has happened, a photograph has been taken, it's been edited, it's been reshaped, the narrative has been reformed, and so it's hard to see what has happened. Give you another example linking to coronavirus. In December, most people in the West, America and Britain, didn't think that coronavirus was a threat. It was, the media presented it as something that was far away, something that was just a kind of really extreme flu, but it was China's problem, it was not yours. It wasn't until coronavirus came to England and the US, when it entered the real, or became a real threat, that we then started to take it seriously. So the simulation kind of broke down in that sense. But there's still a simulation in terms of death toll. So how many people have actually died from the illness, and how many people have been recorded as dying, and the reasons as to why they've died has been completely reshaped and debated in the media and different outlets. So we don't actually know what the real number of deaths are and what the real situation is. So again, you're still living in that simulation. So hopefully that explains the kind of complexity of his method or his ideas in a short kind of half an hour, as I intended to do. So key points to take from this. So first of all, postmodernism refers to the end of meta-narratives and the fact there is no objective reality. There is only your interpretation of reality. Baudrillard is now arguing that as a result of that, we are now living in a period of simulation and hyperreality. So a simulation is the real that is being copied to the point that it has lost any relation with the original thing that has happened. Okay, so it's been removed so far across that it has no reference to the original form. The hyperreal is what is more than real and has an ability to shape our behaviors and actions. So Instagram, Disneyland, the imaginary versus the reality, essentially. And then finally, we can present media events or political events as forming part of a simulation. So we can present the real as misinformation, as a simulation. Okay, so hopefully that was useful, and hopefully that explains the, as quickly as possible, hopefully that explains the complexity of what he is saying in these particular works and in these particular pieces. So if you enjoyed this or you quite like watching these, please go over and visit my blog, which is rhyskustianski at wordpress.com. Feel free to share and like any of the blog articles or videos. Send me emails for other things you'd like me to cover, and I will see you in the next one. See you later.
See you later. I don't know about that, man. You obviously lost me with your ideas on that dawning of the Rona type of shit. And the simulation that led up to that. I mean, geez, I forget what that was called. Event 20 something. Fuck, I forget. Kill Gates, he was, part of that. And they were, doing a simulation of, what if there was a pandemic around the world and this and that. Within a year of, or even a couple of months before the whole Wuhan bullshit. That bat soup crazy nonsense. But anyways. Yeah, these things do have, this over influence, this, the false overlays, this hyper reality, the hyper real is more than real, was one of the last things he said. And that does make sense. And it just goes along the lines of what I mentioned before, is like, even if these things are fake, they're still having an effect on people's behaviors and choices and decisions and all that stuff and actions. And their thought processes and their emotions. Think about, typical propaganda that's pulling at your heartstrings, That's all like a manufactured thing to, have that cause on people. It's fucked up, right? Like that whole wacky Iraqi shit in... Yeah, I mean, see, this is what I don't understand. It's like he made up some great points about the whole war and how, there's propaganda and all this stuff, yet he doesn't think that applies to the fucking the Rona situation. What the fuck? So this is an issue of why people are so fucking fragmented. Like, you have your bias on, like, okay, well, they're gonna propagandize certain things, but not other things? Do you not understand they have the whole fucking full spectrum dominance on this shit? For fuck's sake, yo. I don't understand people. They want to get all philosophical and not take the whole thing into fucking perspective. Where's your 360-degree angle on this shit? What the fuck? Sorry, but not fucking sorry, man. I'm fucking sick of these fucking people sometimes, yo. What the fuck? With your fucking, buying into the meta narrative, man. It's a fucking simulation on top of a simulation, just like you just equate that to, what I've been saying for years. It's a program on top of programs on top of motherfucking programs. We have to deprogram ourselves every fucking level. And that's how you level the fuck up. When you alchemize that shit and get over this motherfucking shit, and you're not caught up in the emotional and other mind control and all this other shit. And, then you would understand that, no, we cannot change, these eternal principles, like the fuck you alluded to, as if, we have the ability to change these meta narratives and they structure human beings as if, we can redefine what a man is and what a woman is. No, the fuck you can't! That's the 7th cosmic law principle, hermetic principle, natural law principle, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Just embody that shit. Yes, hermaphrodites exist. There are anomalies in the shit, but as far as cosmic law and the universe are concerned, there's male and female. Get the fuck over your goddamn bullshit and all these social conditioned mind control tactics that are leading you away from your true authentic self. You know, what the fuck did you incarnate here for? To get, you know, your genitals cut off? For fuck's sake, yo. Putain de merde, mais c'est pas possible ça. So yeah, like in this postmodernistic world, you know, like, yeah, the meta, everything, they, you know, everything's got to be viral if it's going to be cool now. And like, that's what people are striving for, to be fucking famous and popular and viral and whatever the fuck. Oh, I'm going to be a Snapchat or TikTok star. Or, you know, I'm going to be a YouTuber and make oodles of money and get my little YouTube plaque on the wall and showcase that and fucking have my ego gas the fuck up. Great. Good for fucking you, man. What are you talking about? Video games or some shit? Virtual reality? Are you a VIP type of person now? Wow. You got some YouTube clout. You got some fucking sponsors. You're making oodles of money. Good for you. Hey. I guess you earned it. But yeah, y'all don't seem too aligned to what the fuck is going on. And you are probably more part of the problem than the fucking solution. As far as, you know, dismantling the matrix minutia shit, you know. You got your monetization on YouTube, right? Yeah, good for you. You're feeding the fucking beast. In case you didn't know that. And y'all want to be talking about that, you know, about the matrix, and nah. Not as much as the fuck you think. Anyways. And your idea that objective reality doesn't exist needs to be eliminated from your thought process, because there is objective reality. Otherwise, there is no objective morality. You know, there is no fucking freedom. There's no free will. What the fuck do you think the creation is? You know, it goes beyond your little 3D perception on things, man. You know, we're taking them back to the basics, right? You know, simple cosmic law, axioms of truth that have been obviously, you know, uneducated out of a lot of people. What, you know, the simulacra. Oh, wow. What about Simulacra? And how many people, you know, grew up, you know, getting fed off of that shit? You know, it's simulating breast milk, if you didn't know the reference. It's like a powdered formula for kids. Interesting little things that correlate. Anyways. So, you know, when I reintroduced that video after I did the etymology on some of those words, which is, you know, you can look it up right now. ETMY. Sorry, ETYM online.com. Afterwards, you know, he brought up that famous meme with the cat and the woman like, rah. The cat's like, rah, oh, whatever the fuck. And is that a vegan cat, by the way? Did you see the plate of greens he's got in front of him? Like, that shit cracks me up. And especially even my friend Mario West was gifted like an Oriental style poster of that meme. It's pretty funny, you know. Anyways, but you know, it just makes you think, and you know, it reminds me. I've been thinking about this for a while. Like, just wow, like how easily shit can be watered the fuck down. The sacredness stripped of the divinity. In the fact that, you know, anything is memeable now. You know, folks can just, take that original thing and just copy, and it's just getting diluted the fuck. And through the dilution, there's a little bit of pollution and maybe some prostitution, whatever the fuck. And yeah, there's people making money off of that original art that, aren't really coming up with anything all that new, And yes, I do recognize what I've done with my music mixes, which is mixing a lot of other people's original stuff, which had samples of other original stuff. Think about, hip hop beats and producers that would sample other original arts and works, and where they got those from, and if they were based off of jazz standards, and if those were based off of classical standard, like as far as like chords and whatever, and rhythms, percussion, and all these things, right? And that's not to say like it's all plagiarized throughout the millennia like that, but it's just things to consider and have a lot more respect on a multitude of levels with all these art forms, right? And if you do have that, you're not going to fucking prostitute it around and whore that shit out and make money for your own benefit, and not, paying respects to the ones you fucking, took those ideas and shit from, So anyways. So how far removed from reality are we really, people? And how bad can it get with the extra augmented overlays of unintelligent artificiality, AI, if you will, right? Anyways, because what's that done? And even before all the tech of, ancient slavery, of, their tactics of really trying to cut men and women off from their roots, so they don't have their, culture, their language, their nuances, all that stuff, their identities. So their future generations, they don't have that foundation to build off of and grow from. So they're completely disoriented, kind of like in the modern, postmodern, extra postmodernistic world that we're in right now, I guess, right? What are these kids, how are their upbringings based off of, as far as, what their parents are teaching them and showing them and all that stuff, and being able to sift through the matrix minutia to do like, hey, there were original works of art where, before computers and all this stuff, right? Excuse me. So yeah, we have these generic copies of Meta Monkey See Monkey Do type of shit, right? I mean, how many people out there have their whole channels based off of like, oh, I'm gonna look at this YouTube video and copy what they're doing and see if it works or whatever. These 1 minute TikTok things, and it's like, all right, man. It's a little grain of salt that, I'm not going to get all salty about. Move on to the next because it ain't worth my time. But how many people are, overlaying themselves, their background, backdrop, whatever. I'll be honest, I'll lift this up. It's just a couch that folds out into a bed, and I sleep here. I usually don't even fold it out. I sleep on the couch style, like I got nothing to fucking hide, really. And I don't use fucking filters on my stuff. Yeah, I got a light behind me, whatever the fuck. But hey, I'm showing my skin, and it's whatever, right? It's in contrast to anyone out there with the Instagram way of portraying themselves, showing themselves in the best lights at any given time and all this stuff. Edited, photoshopped, whatever, airbrushed, if you will, sometimes, and whatever filters they have these days. And, it just seems like all these programs, social media things especially, they're encouraging this type of shit, this like vanity type of stuff. And like, to be honest, like, I can't believe people today are still taking selfies of themselves with their fucking camera like this, like, in there like this. You know, like, can you not put your camera in front of you to make it more professional and legit, and put it on a fucking, like, even a 3-second timer, even if that's a little too long for your short attention span, maybe? You know, like, what the fuck? This looks so dumb. Like, hey, or yourself in a mirror, like, grow up, kids. It's a childish look, you know? So anyways, I got another video, and we will end this before we get into like 5 hours of this nonsense. Hope y'all are doing well out there. Any questions out there, feel free to shoot them over. I'm usually inclined to answer and entertain some things. Sorry, edutain, you know, like that edutainment. So anyways, yo, illuminated consciousness, what's cracking? Keeping it sacred with the masculinity. That's awesome, brother. Trying to flex this in Texas. Are you in Houston, Austin, any place like that, by the way? Not to, you know, single you out or anything, but anyways, I've never been there before, actually. I've been in the Dulles airport and stuff, and they fucking frisked me hard, man. Like, once you're in the system and they got your name down, they're like, fuck. It's fucked up. It's like, yeah, don't push up against the matrix or get caught up in it too much, because yeah, the agents, you know, they have a hard time forgetting your ass, you know, like, it's an unfriendly big brother type of shit. All right, so this is the last video before we end this whole analysis and showcasings of other people's works about, you know, the whole hyperreality and the simulacra, simulation sensation within and without of the Matrix Nation. And this last one is called The Metaverse, Hyperreality, and the Floating World by Angela Speaks. And what she speaks upon, and I'm glad to have another female in the mix, is yeah, just more of how this is playing out in the current day, you know, right? So postmodernistic, technocratic static. Yeah. We all need a digital detox from this stuff, but thanks for checking out. From Dallas, huh? I wanted to say something about those Cowboys, but I'm not the biggest fan, but it's all good. Respects, yo.
In October of 2021, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced that the company's name would be changed to Meta and unveiled plans to integrate virtual reality and social media. As soon as the Metaverse hit public consciousness, speculative models of an imminent digital utopia captured popular imagination with promises of heightened entertainment experiences and stimulating futuristic environments. Zuckerberg's announcement proclaimed a bold leap forward for the tech and social media industries, one that would bring about a parallel yet enhanced experience to everyday life by offering an unlimited native place where users will eventually spend the majority of their entertainment, working, and educational hours. But despite the triumphant announcement and subsequent buzz, the conceptual models of the metaverse have also encountered a fear that, along with the promise of technological innovation and the enhancement of daily life, will eventually follow the dampening impact of flawed human nature, a nature that is often unpredictable and rife with vulnerabilities. The existing technology industry is already fraught with ethical and social concerns, with emphasis on how these evolving technologies negatively exploit human nature through the incentives they place before consumers. Former Facebook VP Chamath Palihapitiya revealed in 2017 what he referred to as a dopamine-driven feedback loop, which Facebook designed to keep users trapped in cycles of addictive and volatile behavior.
I want to bring us back to the point that you were making about exploiting consumer behavior in a consumer internet business. You said that this is a time for soul searching in social media businesses, and you were part of building the largest one. What soul searching are you doing right now on that?
I feel tremendous guilt. I think we all knew in the back of our minds, even though we feigned this whole line of like, there probably aren't any really bad unintended consequences. I think in the back, deep recesses of our minds, we kind of knew something bad could happen. But I think the way we defined it was not like this. It literally is a point now where I think we have created tools that are ripping apart the social fabric of how society works. That is truly where we are. And I would encourage all of you, as the future leaders of the world, to really internalize how important this is. If you feed the beast, that beast will destroy you. If you push back on it, we have a chance to control it and rein it in.
He warned that if not checked, this incentive structure could potentially destroy society by fostering a culture of heightened social aggression and addiction. The digital age was once optimistically received as a frontier for expression and freedom, but this vision has been dampened by the profusion of social and political problems that continue to develop through it. New forms of political surveillance, social coercion, atomization, and mental health concerns flourish exponentially, and there is no indication that these problems will be resolved by a newer and more immersive phase of the internet. Adolescent mental health is impacted significantly, with 25% of 18 to 25-year-olds now reporting worsened mental health due to the internet. And a growing problem of social media addiction is flourishing among adults who are constantly incentivized to curate their social, workplace, and romantic lives through a plethora of digital platforms. The digital world has made life more transient and less stable, and it encourages users to migrate their sense of community, validation, and even family ever more online, in a realm of fantasy and simulated experience. We are entering an accelerated stage of what philosopher Baudrillard called the hyperreality, i.e. the generation by models of a reality without origin or reality. Hyperreality describes a stage of consumer society in which artificial models of reality become the primary way we experience and understand the world around us, at the expense of reality itself. It is increasingly difficult to resist the hyperreal, especially when the primary forces that drive technological innovation are convenience, hedonism, and corporate greed. An immersive technological utopia that provides users with personal motifs and sleek environments that mark them at the center of a personal universe may be a seductive vision, but it will likely accelerate the existing moral and social problems we already face by disarming avenues to tangible solutions in the real world. Social critic Christopher Lasch noticed these trends long before they were accelerated by the digital realm. In his book, Revolt of the Elites, Lasch outlines the unconscious desires and drives in cultures that fall prey to the hyperreal. In 1997, Lasch characterizes this trend as a disease of the thinking classes, and the following quote outlines his appraisal. Quote, "The thinking classes are fatally removed from the physical side of life. Their only relation to productive labor is that of consumers. They have no experience of making anything substantial or enduring. They live in a world of abstractions and images, a simulated world that consists of computerized models of reality, hyperreality as it's been called, as distinguished from the palatable, immediate physical reality inhabited by ordinary men and women. The thinking classes have ceded not just from the common world around them, but from reality itself." End quote. What Christopher Lasch described as the thinking classes in 1997 has now expanded to include a larger and increasing constituency in the 2020s. As the post-industrial Western economy develops and traditional labor continues to erode, newer and more alienated forms of labor become the norm, and the morbid philosophy of the thinking classes is now marketed as the ultimate lifestyle in a world that is increasingly producing digital consumers. We have no choice but to watch anxiously as the real world falters and the digital realm becomes more vivid. As a culture continues to lose touch with the world of tangible experience, we also inevitably lose touch with our own humanity. Baudrillard and Lasch both understood that societies become more vulnerable to fixation on the hyperreal as their communal foundations break down and less emphasis is placed on shared experience. This void is then easily exploited by forces that strive to commodify and quantify our inner lives and provide a surface relief from existential burdens. Festival, place, and time. Fascination with the hyperreal has arguably been a human attribute since our earliest ancestors walked the earth. Early civilizations experienced the hyperreal as a realm of myth and deity, one that they could reach through mediums and rituals. Life centuries ago, in most cultures, was filled with work and routine, much like today. But at certain times in the year, this life was interrupted by festivals where the hyperreal could be experienced for a short period in a controlled environment. Work in the fields and marketplace was halted, and the entire town or tribe gathered in a sacred space set apart for what Robert Greene in Art of Seduction calls festival, place, and time. Temporarily relieved of duty and responsibility, people were granted the license to run amok, wear masks or costumes, play with the confines of persona, and engage communally with the mythic and eternal. These marked festival periods were a tremendous relief from the burdens of daily life, giving people a chance to step outside of themselves and to experience collective altered states. Ancient festivals like the Saturnalia of ancient Rome, the Bacchanals of ancient Greece, the Celtic Samhain, and the Galede Festival of the Nigerian Yoruba people were all dedicated to subverting the social order and allowing people to experience a memorable change of pace. Our pagan ancestors used festival, place, and time to express great reverence for, but also acknowledge a great fear of, the forces of Chthonian nature. Nature was not just purely an external force. It was mirrored by the unpredictable animal drives in the human mind, and this aspect of man was treated with the same respect and fear as nature itself. Ancient humans developed practices to appease this energy in order to prevent it from disrupting the flow of civilization and society. Early humans intuitively understood that by temporarily constructing artificial environments for communal pleasure, play, and transcendence, this helped regulate the dangerous unconscious forces, which would eventually allow subjects to live more harmoniously and inhabit their social roles and expectations. By once in a while allowing space for communal experiences of hyperreality, ancient people believed that they were able to better keep themselves tethered to real life and feel more comfortable inhabiting it. This principle has been all but abandoned by the modern landscape, and we are no longer supplied by culture with such communal experiences, unless they are commercialized. Our early ancestors used the hyperreal as a tool to reinforce their social bonds and connection to the real world, but now hyperreality is weaponized by corporate powers that benefit by having the opposite effect. The hyperreal metaverse reflects our culture's distinct lack of communal rights and the natural impulses we all have occasionally to play, to seek pleasure, to see and be seen by others, to pretend, to wear masks, and to take up calls to adventure is currently being ensnared by the digital labyrinth, and it thrives on our frustrated energies. Heightened aesthetics playful sights, and the promise of a grand persona distracts the mind from acknowledging that this utopia comes at a steep price. It comes at the price of that most precious and irreplaceable commodity, time. The regular experience of time seems to stop when you are inside the machine. But the promise that you can be anything, or that technology can make us gods in a timeless paradise, is gravely deceptive. Anything that separates us from our humanity will naturally separate us from the essence of what makes us human. But this also won't make us gods. This is because the technological dream can never truly bring us out of time. We will always be subjected to the rules of time, and the time that we waste immersed in hyperreality inevitably weakens the emphasis we place on important things that keep us grounded and sustain our psychological health. Self-care, family, relationships, friends. Time lost forever to a system of digital exploitation and control. When a culture neglects to give nature its due, through the embrace of communal festival place and time, it becomes more vulnerable to the darker influences of the hyperreal. And this trend can cause devastation, not only to social and political life, but also to the mass psychology of a population. Ukiyo. The technologically dominated 21st century is not the only period of history in which a hyperreal spectre haunted a culture that was afflicted by a repressive regime. The Edo period of 17th century Japan was dominated by a parallel underworld of profit-driven commercialism. Earlier periods of Japanese history embraced both Buddhist and Shinto practices, especially among the lower classes, where nature reverence was embraced as a communal rite. But the Edo period, however, was ruled by the strict Tokugawa shogunate, who imposed the moralistic tenets of Confucianism on the populace. These new edicts bound every citizen to strict codes of moral conduct and imposed repressions that limited communal outlets. The cultural domination of the Tokugawa shogunate, however strict, only further enhanced the desire for new outlets, so an industry emerged. The pleasure districts of Edo period Japan were born out of this repressive period and occupied a seedy yet glamorous underbelly where Edo society's repressed drives could find free expression. In 1617, new laws restricted brothels to pleasure quarters, including the newly established Yoshiwara district, the Shimibara district in Kyoto, and the Shinmachi in Osaka. These isolated neighborhoods offered everything from fine dining and wine to singing and dancing, performances, parlor games, kabuki theater, and of course, a plethora of sexual services. Yoshiwara and other pleasure districts like it gave rise to the concept of ukiyo, meaning floating world of transient pleasures, and the art tradition that followed, ukiyo-e. The term ukiyo was originally a Buddhist term that lamented the suffering caused by the transient nature of pleasure, yet the ukiyo art tradition appropriated the Buddhist term and gave it an ironic twist by using it to celebrate pleasure openly in commercial and often mass-produced art. The iconic woodblock prints and posters of the period portray the pleasure districts as hyperreal utopias of sensory indulgence, using colorful sights and by invoking romantic imagery, appeals to the erotic and to the spiritual. Sublime imagery of beautiful women with perfect porcelain faces, dressed in the finest luxuries, and of heroic kabuki legends. Romantic scenes of petals lazily falling from cherry blossom trees created a dreamlike atmosphere that drew the curious, bored and repressed masses in their droves to the hyperreality of the pleasure district. Ukiyo art purposefully blurred the lines between the mundane and the mythic in order to achieve its intoxicating effect, and to ensnare the popular imagination of the Edo period. The pleasure district was a realm separated from the rest of the world, where kabuki actors walked the street in full makeup and character, where courtesans openly mingled with aristocrats, and where the rigid social order of the day could be freely abandoned. The transient and hyper-real nature of this floating world only enhanced its appeal, but it was also a mask that concealed the brutal commercial aims of the pleasure district. The ukiyo artists' artificial construction of hyperreality functioned to promote this particular world, which was driven purely by economics. Beneath the surface of the floating world lurked a dark underbelly of fierce competition, sexual exploitation, and manipulation. What was presented as an escapist theme park for the senses, where the client could be lured for the day, was actually a hyper-commercial environment designed to foster addiction and psychological dependence. The literature of the period is filled with accounts of noble samurai who were brought to ruin by the pleasure districts, and wayward sons who squandered their family's fortune seeking pleasure. Clients were drawn in by the stark contrast that was emphasized between the real world of duty and the glamorous, surreal luxury of the floating world. And the dependence this fostered gave rise to a powerful industry. Blurring the lines of performance and sincerity, and fantasy and reality, created severe unrest in Edo society that damaged the social fabric because of the subservience it required to the forces of commercially driven hyperreality. The digital floating world. Edo Japan has parallels with the Metaverse because the combination of commercialism, art, and pleasure made it one of the first historical examples of a culture that fell prey to an industry that weaponized hyperreal commercialism for profit. Modern Japan is currently a global leader in technological innovation, and I believe this is largely influenced by Japanese culture's historic relationship to commercialism and the hyperreal. The ukiyo ethos eventually transformed into the geisha tradition, where highly trained artists construct a hyperreal world to entertain high-paying clients. And in the 20th and 21st centuries, the popularity of host bars, maid cafes, rented companions, and artificial intelligence also mirror the same commercial weaponization of the hyperreal in previous eras of Japan's history. The impulse to fill cultural voids with hyperreality is not stigmatized but tolerated despite its negative outcomes because of the commercial benefits it yields. The same blurred lines are at play with the Metaverse, which is the product of a digital landscape where technological industries are gearing up to fill the social and cultural voids they are responsible for creating. The modern floating world is now being offered to consumers as an antidote to the cycle of alienation, when it is really just another attempt to addict and ensnare a population that is hungry for meaningful cultural and communal experiences. From the personal to the political, to our lifestyles and how we engage with art, the Metaverse only serves to amplify the already existing corrosive trends of digital life and expand them to the point they usurp reality. Warping reality is exactly what the ubiquitous algorithm of internet myth is designed to do. It feeds people what they want to see and hear and provides us with the illusion of a customized reality. Our natural inclination towards the hyperreal is easily weaponized to prey upon the psychological weaknesses and insecurities we all share to some degree or another. And the Metaverse is just another seductive attempt to make an artificial profit-driven utopia that people will use regularly to create an extension of themselves that allows them to become and express whatever they desire. As corrosive as it may be, this iteration of an idealized alternative to reality is incredibly popular and appealing. And as the desire to descend further into the hyperreal intensifies, this vision of the future becomes more vivid for millions of alienated people. A growing demand for surgical enhancements and reality augmentation tech like Neuralink is no longer outside the realm of possibility, and is no longer confined to the annals of pop culture and technological philosophy. So it is no surprise that anticipation is growing around extended reality through radical body modification, a pursuit that is becoming more and more normalized as the hyperreal continues to challenge the perceptions we have about the biological limitations of the human body. Change yourself, change your nature, do it here, do it with us inside the machine. In our flurried state of amusement, we forget to ask ourselves the important questions, like who is creating this hyperreality and whom do they serve? Does this artificial reality serve the mind, body, and spirit? Or does it only aid in creating a new receptacle to replace the body with an imaginary identity, free from the restraints placed on us by a brutal and frightening world? Who and what do we become when we are no longer able to care or even tell the difference between the real and the hyperreal? Without communal experiences that allow us to surrender to our demons for a while, society inevitably becomes possessed by them, and Mother Nature will always get her due in one way or another. We cannot avoid our animal drives. We cannot avoid our nature. We can only hope to face it head on and integrate it or suffer the consequences. Thanks so much for checking out this episode. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so by pledging to me on Patreon. This really helps me make videos more frequently, and you also get access to a plethora of rewards, including bonus episodes, and I'm also currently hosting a book club as well. So if you want to get access to all of that good stuff, join the Patreon. And also in between videos, I also have a podcast called Low Society. So if you want to also check that out, the link to the podcast is in the description as well. I've also started uploading videos to Rockfin because YouTube isn't the greatest at the moment. I know that there's been a lot of talk about the platform and just how rapidly it's changing. So I'm testing out new platforms and sort of playing around with that. So if you would like to check me out on Rockfin, the link to this video and my Rockfin channel is also in the description. And come check me out on Twitter @SpeaksAngie to stay up to date with what I'm doing and to catch up on new content. I've been doing a lot lately. I've been writing for Newsweek, lots of different things going on. So yeah, if you want to check me out on Twitter and keep up to date with what I'm up to, feel free. Thank you guys for listening to this episode, and I shall catch you next month with something fresh. Goodbye!
That was pretty fresh. What do you think? Pretty spot on with the whole how and all that stuff. Well, that makes sense with how it ties in with the Matrix and like anime and those influences that directors had from those types of things. You know, and that's like a hyper-reality mirror on, you know, society, and yeah, that's mixed in with, you know, fantasy and sci-fi, whatever the fuck. But it's just, yeah, a different form of media. It's, yeah, interesting, and yeah, obviously you can take things way further than you can with, you know, human actors and all that stuff, but that's nothing new. Disney's been doing it for over a century. Back when they had some actual decent stuff, you know, and then when that media had some decent stories and morals to them, and even some allegories, whether or not they had, you know, thrown in their little bullshit subliminal, you know, micro frames of whatever the fuck, there was still, it's still better than what the fuck's coming out today. And what they're doing today is just like trying to remake that stuff for modern audiences, you know, with this postmodern bullshit. Is this what they want the youth of today to recognize these original arts as? I'm kind of curious as to how many kids actually saw the original movie and compared that to what the fuck is out today, type of thing. This, you know, mutated, you know, modern form of, you know, an original piece. And if their parents are, encouraging them to like, hey, you saw that new one, what'd you think about it, and this and that, even if they liked it, whatever, just be like, hey, you should check out the original one, type of thing. Back in my day, type of shit. Anyway, I mean, what today? Everyone's like floating on a cloud. What she was alluding to with the actual name of this video, the Metaverse, Hyperreality, and the floating world. I mean, fuck, folks are. It's not even Cloud 9. It's like Cloud, 2.0 with this extra, the augmented reality with the technology, as she mentioned, and we're all, perpetuating it through our daily interactions with social media to a degree. And there's all these different things that, are lining up the dominoes to have a certain effect on shit, right? And that's a real basic way to look at it. It's obviously more than just a two-dimensional, dynamic, but it's crazy to think about what's going on in Japan also. And, okay, so they had, these simulations and stuff. And we are fascinated. I don't know about y'all, but I can't speak for y'all, but, I have been fascinated. You go to, any kind of sushi restaurant or whatever, right? I mean, that was like years ago, before I was vegetarian. Anyways, you see these really cool artistic paintings and murals and things like that. These, pretty extravagant, wardrobes, gowns and stuff. And as she mentioned in the video, of how they would have those to like, kind of have this like superimpose this persona, an image, the vanity, what is like, whatever, posh and sexy, whatever the fuck. The form of, rich, wealth, monetary wise, whatever the fuck. So, taking it from that, and how, men are just led to squander their parents' riches or whatever, and be led astray, and like, fuck, I let these, things, get the best of me, type of stuff. And it's a shame to see warriors fall from grace to that. And what the fuck do we have today? You can look at the statistics. They're in the negative as far as, birth and death rates and their whole relationship dynamic. If you look at their national surveys, it's pretty alarming, to say the least. And there's a lot of people that haven't had sex in years, type of shit. And it's not, and we can differentiate between like sex and lovemaking. Hopefully, the heart is in it. But what do you see today? You mean like sex robots are being developed and whatever the fuck, and like places like that are, just so eager to have that shit, right? Because they're so used to these hyper reality overlays and stuff, instead of just like taking responsibility in the actual real world and constructing a real valuable life here in the now, in the flesh. Not, either mentally, emotionally, or physically making out or masturbating to all this tech and whatever the heck, right? So taking it back, what you mentioned with, festivals and all this stuff, it's interesting. But there's obviously, overlays on top of a lot of festivals. They've been hijacked and all that stuff, Saturnalia, she mentioned that. But it sucks. Why don't these people take the time, even if it takes like 10 seconds, to add a little thing like, oh, and by the way, Saturnalia, it's like on some, inverted, satanic type of shit, where it used to be, from the true pagan tradition. What was that, around winter solstice. Sorry, I forget the name of the actual holiday that they called it, but anyways. So yeah, yeah, just going over so much information, so much can get lost in the shuffle and kind of lose sight of certain details, and trying to memorize and marinate on the good stuff, and to process that, integrate whatever helps with understanding yourself better and the world around us, right? To maneuver through this matrix, waltzing in and out, a la Mario West, one of the best. And it's more pertinent these days more than ever, especially with yeah, I'm not going to go over forever on what I mentioned in past live streams at this point with how AI and all this stuff is going to just, they can recreate a parallel like reality of what's going on. There's going to be YouTubers just tap in a couple keywords, and a video is going to get pumped out just like that. Barely any effort, creativity, imagination, heart, mindfulness involved, right? And yeah, just slathers on extra fucking bullshit that we don't fucking need. But they obviously need it because they have YouTube channels and they're trying to monetize this stuff and make money from this stuff. So, wow, congratulations, dude. Way to make a life. Welcome to the desert, to the real, right? Is that something you can feel? And what does the desert represent? There's no life. It's just, barren land. I wouldn't call it wasteland, but it's just, land and sand, and that's all, man. Sometimes there's some cactuses and other stuff cacti, that can survive somewhat through, this is nature. There's extreme levels of ecosystems which contain, life forms that can survive and even thrive in those things where they can't otherwise. In respects, we take these to the law of polarity, if you will, as well, understanding degrees of so much going on. Yeah, these barren lands, there's no reference, right, in this illusion, this reality and stuff. And welcome to the desert of the real in regards to the Matrix, when in the first movie where it's got that cool scene, Morpheus is in that big old nice red leather chair, breaking it down a little bit more for Neo, who's really trying to get a bearing on his surroundings and not really understanding at all what the fuck's going on, because he doesn't really have a foundation or a basis to make sense of the Matrix and all that stuff. He's just had questions up until this point, and the basis of the first movie is answering the question of what is the Matrix, right? So yeah, nothing really grows in the desert. We have to get out of that like mind state as well. I'm thinking about these things metaphorically as I speak and look at these notes real quick. We can't just be stuck in the desert, blowing in the wind type of thing, right? So yeah, I wanted to play something real quick, going over how this kind of ties in, with the Matrix 4 movie in this little funny video I made in regards to the Merovingian, and how he's like complaining and bragging at the same time about how, back in his days, our mind control tactics in art forms and media and stuff, it was classy stuff, man. You got this, Zucker, what the fuckerberg type of shit. And yeah. And it was funny, before I load that, let's just play this real quick. The introduction. It literally sounds like, dude is like, it's his voice. Come on.
In October of 2021, Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced that the company's name would be changed to Meta and unveiled plans to integrate virtual reality and social media.
Whack, son.
As soon as the metaverse hit public consciousness,
yeah. A lot of people didn't seem to catch this part in the movie, and which is why I did a little rewind on this little bit. Yeah. I played it last time, but it's worth showing again. So yeah, it's just like a minute or two.
Predictable as ever. I found some old acquaintances of yours.
You? Oh, it is you! But all these years, I can't believe it. Oh, God. You stole my life! Chante de ta grand-mère la pute, je vais baiser tes ancêtres, et mon fils de pute!
What the Merv is trying to say is that their situation is a little bit like mine. To have their lives back, yours has to end.
Sucked my silky ass thing. We had grace. We had style. We had conversation. Not this beep 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 beep. Art, films, books, they were all better. Originality mattered. You gave us space, Zucker suck, and couch flicks, comedy, wiki business, shit!
Nice one.
Thanks. This is not over yet. I will sequel franchise spin-off. Putain de connard d'enculé de ta mère, elle est bête! Films, books, they were all better. Originality mattered. You gave us space, Zucker suck, and couch flicks, comedy, wiki business, shit!
Nom de Dieu, de putain de bordel de merde, de saloperie, de connard d'enculé de ta mère. You see, it's like wiping your ass with silk. I love it.
You ruined every suck my silky ass thing.
Fucking A, dude. It's funny, right? But it's not that funny, like how delirious these, dark occults, social engineers are, and they're in a feud with themselves, within themselves, with the demons that are feeding off of them as well, and with other factions of these, meta whack ass, unsecret societal bullshit influences and domination, control, divide and conquer, divide and conquer tactical, draconian pterodactyl, flying monkey type of shit, fuckers, and all that shit. It's like, hey, we had class, we had style, we had grace. Motherfuckers, you still ain't shit, because you're still stuck in a place of ignorance, trying to, control other people and have this, fake ass pseudo power over other people, when you're still in the matrix construct and you're still fucking controlled by that shit, and you're just a motherfucking program in there, whether you're in exile or whatever the fuck people want to theorize on what the Merovingian was in the movie. Like the guy Matrix explained, he goes a little too far, and it just seems like he's, you know, grasping at straws because, you know, that's his channel and that's all the shit is fucking based on is that movie. So he has to keep his shit content going. So he has to create fucking new content and theorize on whatever the fuck. It's like, dude, like, just do something better with your life. You know, we get it, man. It's a movie. You like the movie, dude. Like, try to have your own life too at the same time. You know, like, you know, so fuck, man. So yeah, thinking back on old Merv there, you know. Yeah, what's this wiki piece of shit in you know, the face? You can suck my zuck. What the fuck? Whatever, you know, like just like half word stuff, and it's a little encrypted, right? But you know, you can understand what he's saying, right? And again, like, it's truth being spoken from the villain, whether he's, you know, a villain or not. There's still truth being spoken, and the modern day critique on the postmodernistic bitch shit that's so pathetically algorithmic, that's popularizing, you know, some of the dumbest shit ever fucking, you know, thought of. And there's, you know, gazillions of dollars being burned in Hollywood, unholywood, over like the dumbest fucking movies possibly made in the past, you know, however many fucking years, man. What the fuck, yo? Again, if folks want to try to, like, we can make our own movies and, you know, indie films or whatever the fuck we want to call them, hit me up. I'm down, you know, like, I got some pretty good ideas. I'm a decent writer. I can, you know, read script and act, I guess, right? But yeah, what you see is what you get. I'm not trying to put a fucking mask on, trying to, you know, put on some kind of performance behind screen, like I'm like right now as I'm speaking, you know, like, obviously, you know, this is a live stream, it's unedited, and voila. Not always gonna come 100%, and that's fine. I've been able to accept, you know, these imperfections and just roll with it, right? Because I know that the intention and information and the message behind, you know, the gist of what we're getting at with these videos matters more than any kind of little blunder, you know, throughout the whole thing. So I really appreciate y'all hanging in there with me and gaining anything from this. I think I've exhausted this session. Anyone got any questions? Because yeah, it's not always easy to, you know, see what's going on around us. That's why, you know, like, being able to center yourself in the fulcrum, or the eye of the storm, or, you know, the circle of the magician, and being able to be in that state of neutrality, if you will, and like take it to the hermit card, you know, and like objective observations of what's going on with everything. And you're able to also observe that within yourself and, you know, continue that alchemical process of burning up all these falsities that are always going to try to hook into us. You know, think, you know, like, you know, all these tentacles, you know, these sentinels, and, you know, like, anyways. So yeah, think about the hooks and all this stuff of, you know, all the flashing lights of, you know, ads, and even all these, you know, flashy thumbnails and these all caps big words and all this stuff of, you know, all these things that are trying to grab your attention. We can take it for what it's worth. We can understand a little bit deeper and ask questions as to, you know, all right, what's their motivation? Why are they making this video? Why do they want our attention so bad? And that kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, even with that aside, we can still extract, whatever decent messages that are coming from that, which is the goal of, me showcasing all these other videos. And yeah, I didn't showcase this. I'm not looking to roast folks, that's not my goal. It's just to, see what folks got to say about these topics. To, also understand, certain people's interpretations of things and what they got right, possibly wrong, how it correlates with, my thoughts about it and understandings and learnings from it, especially, learning from, and yeah, I did this from the off the bat with Mark Passio's Decoding the Matrix, which is monumental. That's like, that'll be something as a reference in this live stream, as well as Brandon Martin's Decoding the Matrix, or Deciphering the Matrix, rather. Those are great presentations that, go into the esoterica of all these things related to the Matrix, as well as, allegories. Whether or not that, the Wachowskis, had that 100% in their intentions. And again, we have to really investigate this further, because I still have questions regarding, the original author of the Matrix screenplay, the script, which was originally titled Immortal by Thomas Altrison, something like that. That's going to be coming up in a future live stream with Zerleth Immortal, which is interesting when you go over this thing titled originally Immortal, which Wachowski's changed to The Matrix. So yeah, I'm interested as to what the original author had in mind with his allegories within these stories. So with that said, obviously there's more to come. I'm not going to go on further. I just, appreciate folks checking this out. Feel free to share it with and wherever. And take care out there. And remember, folks, try to be the glitch you want to see in the Matrix. So we, get out of here. It's a little too square, right? This fucking Borgy Tesseract shit, We're multidimensional beings. We're not supposed to be caught up in a motherfucking cube. But yeah.